Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. There were a few live streams, and shout out to Ty because he was actually here at 11:24, just here ahead of time. Um, so there were some live streams that I ended up spotting on TikTok, right? And I like to have open conversations, open dialogues when it deals with these types of things. And I noticed it's probably going to be somewhere around like the 10-minute mark, but I noticed that there was a specific type of voice there that was very familiar to us because I covered some videos before. But what we're going to do is we're going to specifically listen to the video. I'm going to stop in between it to read off some information because she's going to pose a question, and none of the guys up there are able to seemingly give at least some type of a rebuttal and or an answer. And then I also want to specifically state that there are going to be two demographics here. Hold on, let me just collect this video. So there's going to be two demographics here, of which are going to have an interaction with the women that you see. Right, you have the one main person that is, of course, the main lead of the channel, and then you have her moderators directly. I think two of her moderators directly to the lower right hand corner. Right. And I want you to specifically also pay attention throughout the interactions. I want you to pay attention to how it is that they react with the two different demographics, no matter how it is that they act. And yes, we do have some people in there that will, act like children. Well, at least one that's going to act, completely stupid, further proving, their point. But let's get directly into it.
But whatever. They're choosing it. They have other options, but this is what they're choosing to do. How is that an atrocity if they're having consensual sex with somebody?
But it's not.
How? Well,
It
that
is
was my
not
question.
something that is.
That was my
Look,
question. My question was, what atrocities have women created? And you said SWs and OF. So how is being an SW or being on OF? How is that committing atrocities? Because that's what I'm talking about, atrocities.
atrocities.
OF
Okay,
was OF was
it,
started by a man, by the way, Chase.
I
OF
understand
is
that,
owned by a man.
but it okay.
Okay, so that
So
would
to
be led by a
continue,
man.
but again to continue the cycle, to continue
What cycle?
doing it, the cycle of SWs.
How is that committing atrocities?
It's not so. It in society we have this bubble around. I'm gonna say pornography. It
You
is
have
a
to say
huge
corn. You have to
problem.
say
No, no,
corn.
yes.
You have to say
Sorry.
corn. So the thing
There's
is, Chase,
hold on, let me finish.
men
Can
choosing,
I
you have not,
finish?
okay, atrocities are things that happen to
But here,
you and you
okay,
have no
let
control
me
over it.
finish.
Men are choosing to interact with these people, aren't they? These are
I don't.
adults.
I don't.
I
I
said
mean,
men,
from
I
a
didn't say
person who's
you.
been by a woman,
Okay,
I'm trying to
Chase,
give you an
Chase,
example.
Chase, you have to use TikTok friendly language. I asked you if it was something adult men are choosing.
Now I have to pause it right here because the guy Chase said something that was very serious, right? So the title of whatever their conversation is that men are the problem, right? And she wanted people that disagree to pull up. Chase obviously disagrees. And the reason that he disagrees is because he specifically stated that, unlike what normally people would tend to say, Chase was like, yo, I was affected negatively. Right. Let's go to the furthest end of the spectrum when it deals with, young children and things of that nature. Chase said that he was heavily affected negatively, right, by a woman. What did this woman decide to sit up there and do? She overlooked it, did not care, did not sit up there and blink. She was like, we're talking about men being a problem. We're talking about how is it considered, SW and OF, how are those atrocities and different things of that sort. Again, he's being as vulnerable as possible. Like, yo, this is what happened to me by way of a woman. Like, what about this situation? What, like, are you not going to say anything about this? Are you not going to address it? And clearly they don't care. And they were not going to address it at all. Even to like just slightly for 5 seconds, just hear him out. and just, you know, list that as a problem. But let's continue.
That's what I asked you. I'm not there's you have free will. People do things that I don't necessarily agree with, but if you don't agree with SWs or OF or whatever, don't engage. But that's not an atrocity because everybody who is spending money with an SW or on OF is choosing to be there. Just like, if you puff, like substances or drink, or whatever things that may not be healthy, but it's your choice. Maybe that's not your decision to participate in corn or OF or SW, but it's still adult free will. And most of the customers of these people are men who are choosing to do it. That's not an atrocity. Were you going to say something, Gina?
I just like Chase. I know like you're worked up about like the topic, and that's okay. Just please, please, please try to use TikTok friendly language. It's not her rule. She'll get taken down.
Okay. All I'm saying is like to say that men are the main contributors of bad things in society isn't really one of those things that is friendly to say.
I don't care.
It is not.
I don't
It
care.
is well.
It's true.
It's a
What they're doing isn't friendly.
bias.
What they're doing isn't friendly. Me
But here's the
talking
thing:
about it
when you say men, let me finish.
No,
Hold
let
on.
me finish because you're being ridiculous.
You're being ridiculous. You're saying that all men. You're
I did
saying
not
men.
say all men. I said
well,
most atrocities have been committed by men. That's what I said. And then I asked you, what atrocities have women orchestrated, committed, perpetrated, whatever?
Okay, so let me just, because she keeps cutting Chase directly off. So let me just try to add a little insight directly on here. Let's go over some facts. And this is from Women in Federal Offender Population. Three quarters, 75.6% of female offenders were sentenced to imprisonment, which is less than the rate of, well, actually, matter of fact, let me go back up. Hold on, let me just start from the beginning, right? Quick facts. And again, anybody can look this up. This is from the United States Commissions, right? So they said while women make up a small percentage of federal offenders, the proportion of federal offenders who are women rose slightly from 12.1% in the fiscal year of 2009 to 13.3% in the fiscal year of 2013. Offenders and offensive characteristics. In the fiscal year of 2013, more than 2/3 of female offenders were sentenced for drug trafficking, 33.7%. Fraud 23.9%, or immigration 14.3% offenses. And only one offense, embezzlement, were female offenders in the majority, which is 57.2%. More than 1/3 of Hispanic women, 37.5%, followed by white women, 34.5%, black women, 21.8%, and other races, 6.2%. The largest racial group of female drug trafficking offenders was Hispanic at 43.6%, followed by white at 35.6%, black at 16.3%, and other races at 4.5%. The largest racial group of female fraud offenders was white at 42.5%, followed by black at 35.8%, Hispanic at 15.5%, and other races at 6.2%. Most female immigration offenders were Hispanic at 86.4%, followed by white at 5.4%, and other races at 4.9%, and black at 3.3%. The average age of these offenders, women, at sentencing were 38. The majority of female offenders were United States citizens at 79.5%. Most female offenders, 70.8%, had little to no prior criminal history, i.e., assigned to criminal history category 1. The proportion of female offenders in other criminal history categories was as followed. Number 1, 10.2% of these offenders were in category 2. 10.5% were in category 3. 3.6% were in category 4, 2% were in category 5, and 2.9% were in category 6. Districts with the highest proportion of their overall caseload comparing female offenders were the Middle District of Alabama at 26.2% of overall caseload, Northern District of West Virginia at 25.4%, District of Alaska at 24.3%, Western District of Virginia at 22.6%, Southern District of Illinois excuse me, at 22.4%, and the District of Hawaii at 22.4%. So the next page we have here is punishment. Three quarters, 75.6% of female offenders were sentenced to imprisonment, which is less than the rate of male offenders in the fiscal year 2013 at 93.5%. Female drug trafficker offenders were often sentenced to imprisonment at 90.3%, although at a lower rate than male drug trafficking offenders in the fiscal year 2013 at 97.3%. Female fraud offenders were sentenced to imprisonment at a lower rate, 61.1%, than were male fraud offenders at 74.1%. Female immigration offenders were sentenced to imprisonment at a lower rate at 85% than their male immigration offenders at 97.5%. Female offenders were convicted of statute carrying a mandatory minimum penalty at a lower rate, 24%, than were their male offenders at 26.9%. The average sentencing length for female convicted of statute carrying a mandatory minimum penalty of 60 months. The average sentencing length for females not convicted of a statute carrying a mandatory minimum penalty was 17 months. So again, I just wanted to add that directly in there because I don't think Chase really had any type of information directly up there when specifically dealing with this. So yeah, let's just keep going.
And you said SW and OF. And then you said it's not been written down. So if you disagree and you're saying that women are committing most atrocities, you have yet to tell me how women have committed most atrocities. So the fact that then you're part of the problem, because talking about the fact that men commit most crimes is so triggering to you because you're not willing to look the truth in the face. That men commit most crimes. You're going to tell me that you're going to focus on the less than 10% of the demographic, which is women who commit violent crimes. You're going to focus on that, but not the over 90% of men. How does that make sense? But it's not friendly, so you don't want to talk about it. This is real life. Like, we're talking about facts here. Like, we're adults. If you can't identify the problem, then you can never address it. And you haven't even got to the part of identifying the problem. So somebody paid to drop you. If you want to pay too many PPs, you can stay up.
May I continue what I was saying, or
did you hear what I said?
No. What did you say?
Well, I guess you weren't listening to what I said, but I said somebody paid to drop you. If you would like to pay too many PPs, you can stay up.
Oh no, I'm good. I'll go, I guess.
It's just weird how they're willing to support this.
The weird part is the fact that he, as a man, listed that a woman, I'm not sure what age it was. I'm guessing that it was a young age when it deals with Chase, which was the first male speaker. He specifically said that a woman accosted him. A woman came directly after him, right? And none of the women there wanted to address that situation or that problem. They didn't even want to, even try to just, again, give a listening ear to that situation. And I've stated directly on my platform before how that is a very problematic thing. I've gone over the fact that you got female teachers, that you got nurses, and many other women directly out here that will go after these children. And you have a lot of women out here that tend to say nothing. But then you have women like this that'll make a space and they'll have a conversation, and they're only looking for people, not people that agree. They're only looking for specifically people that disagree for entertainment purposes, because they know that a statement like this is going to draw a lot of attention. Number one, you're going to have a lot of people that agree. I looked at the comment section during the time, fields of women, 99.9% of women just pretty much all agreed. And then you had the few men that decided to come directly up here that had a disagreement specifically with it. And again, I have to point out Chase because he is one of the main ones that if anybody was to have a problem with the statement, he legitimately could actually have a problem because he was not affected by way of a man. He was affected by way of a woman. But yet they didn't want to address that because that went against the narrative. That went against the entertainment. That went against, what it is that they, wanted to specifically state and how it is that they wanted to carry on directly with the live stream, and then she wants to say that it's weird that they want to defend this. He didn't, in a sense, defend anything. He said, "Hey, we have another problem directly out here that you seemingly either don't know about or don't want to address." That's the weird part, right? You talking about, oh, men are the problem. Statistically speaking, everybody has seen the stats. Everybody has looked directly at the news. Everybody has read news stories, right? So you're stating something that you're acting like is a total secret. But the problem with that is you're making it seem like you're stating something in order to then have an effect where it's going to fix something, but you're not looking to fix anything. You're not looking for a solution for anything. You're looking to specifically have these men directly up here say whatever disagreements that they have so y'all can have this type of back and forth, so at the end of the day you can still come through and say, see, men are the problem. It's weird that they want to sit up there and defend, men, when they know that men are the problem. Why would you sit up there and do that, and yada 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 and all this other. Like I said, it's crazy. None of this has to do with any type of a solution. None of this has to do with any type of a solution, right? But let's continue.
Hi, is it Jai? Ja? Hello?
Been on this line for like the past 10, 15 minutes. Why you calling my name?
Oh, did you mean to come up?
Oh,
Okay, guess that was an accident. Okay, I'm looking for people who disagree with the prompt.
Also, shout out to all my moderators. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Is it
I'm.
Samaya?
Oh, why does it still say his name? It's So Maya. Hi,
So Maya, hi. Thanks for coming up. What's your age?
27.
Okay, do you disagree with the prompt?
Um, n- yes, because, and I'm probably have to drop because I just joined. I was watching you yesterday. It was so great, but I just joined. I'm probably gonna have to drop because I do disagree, but I disagree that men are the problem. Are we saying period? Yes or no?
Yeah, they're cause almost every problem known to the human race.
Okay, then yeah, I agree. I'll drop.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you disagree, please request up. Um Paco.
Hi. Oh, are you only looking for people who
Hi.
disagree with you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I agree with you. So I
Mhm.
men are the problem. So I'll jump off. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for coming up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. She's like, all problems? Okay, just checking. All problems. Um okay, so if you disagree and you think that men are not this prompt is one pronoun away from the I don't even know what that means. If you disagree and you
So the comment that she read, that she said that she didn't understand, the person in the comment basically said that the title, that the description that she got is, a few, pronouns or letters away from the three Ks. If you're from the United States, you know specifically what that is. That is the White Hooded Gang. And she acted like I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that says. No, you know what it said. You know exactly what it meant. You just wanted to overlook it, but you saw it.
think that men are not the problem, um request up. Thank you for the heart me's and the gifts and everything. Hi Drake, thanks for coming up. What's your age?
I'm 21.
Okay, thank you. Do you disagree with the prompt?
Not so disagree, but I would just say like I'm not really so educated on this subtopic. So maybe if I was to understand it more, if that makes sense.
That doesn't make sense.
I just don't get it. What do you mean like men are the problem?
Is English your first language?
Yeah.
No. And you don't understand the four words?
I mean, it's just a bit weird, right? I mean, what are they the problem of? Are they the problem politically,
Everything.
economically?
Everything.
Politically, economically.
Everything.
Fair enough,
So
but you can't.
if you want to be educated, you can do so in the comments. But if you form an opinion later, you can request back up.
So I want y'all to understand, if you now, number one, the dude was from the UK, but if you listen to his tone, you know that he's a certain ethnicity, right? And you saw the reaction that she gave when she had a conversation with him, right? She had an attitude. She started rolling her eyes. She wanted to stay silent. She didn't even want to just take 5 seconds just to educate him on specifically what it is that the conversation is about. She was like, so he was like, so what do you mean like men are the problem? She was like, everything, 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 everything. I'm like, really? I'm like, you want to have a dialogue with people, right? You want to have this conversation, but you don't even want to take 5 to 10 seconds in order just put something out there that they can grasp so that you can now have this back and forth. You want to just everything, 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 roll your eyes. You want to sit up there and have an attitude. But when you had Chase directly up here, you wasn't doing all this attitude. You was going back and forth. You were being calm. Your voice was a certain type of way. Even your moderator, her voice was a certain type of way. But now when it deals with this other dude, seemingly you want to have an attitude. You want to automatically take him directly. Oh, go educate yourself. And then you can, probably come back up here. What? Wow. So you don't have time? You don't have time to specifically tell somebody what the topic or what the framework is so that you can have a dialogue? All right. Okay. that's some crazy work, man.
Hello.
Hi, MF. Thanks for coming up. What's your age?
39.
Okay. Do you disagree with the prompt?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
Oh, first of all, look at your ugly ass bud. You're so ugly, no man will want you. Look at your fucking face. Holy fucking shit, dude.
You said you're 39.
Yeah, you got a problem with that?
So you're 14. You're 14 years past your frontal lobe finishing. It's like solidified.
You're so
and this
trash.
is how you behave.
Yes, this is how
you behave.
Classic.
So you're just
Angela,
proving the prompt.
Classic gaslighting right here.
You're proving the prompt. Continue.
And this is where I have to sadly agree. And this is why I talk about, it's like, yo, like, bro, if you're not, if for a guy, if you see any of these live streams where women are just doing this, you got two options, right? If you're logical and you're thinking, you're not emotional, go into there, have a dialogue, have a conversation, whatever the back and forth is. But again, stay logical, use facts, use information, use percentages. For you to sit up there and roll up to the live stream, and supposedly this dude was like in his 30s, to be doing some stuff like this, like, you look like a clown. You 1,000% look like, it's already enough that we got, them doing this, but now you're fitting directly into the narrative of what it is that they're telling. It's like, men are the problem. Now she can sit up and say, see, this is how men are the problem. Because men want to come directly into these spaces and they want to proceed to do this. He didn't say anything logical. Everything was emotional because he felt a certain type of way. So he decided that he wanted to talk about everything physical. Like I said, if you're not educated, if you don't even have a lick of intelligence, like, yo, just stay back from the conversation because it's not going to fare well and you're going to make everybody else look bad. Just step directly back. Everything is not for everybody, right? But let's continue.
You're a whole
Angela, he still has a soft spot. He still has a soft spot on his head.
I mean, and he has
I don't think he's his frontal.
And he's
no, his frontal lobe didn't have a chance. Like what?
I'm not black. At least I'm not.
And guess what? I also took your masculinity, and look, I made it pretty.
Oh,
okay?
there it is.
Honey. I got it. Okay, Emma. Okay, we'll talk later.
No.
What the heck?
What an idiot! I have control over his mute button.
39.
Now you heard that voice, right? Let me just pull this back. I think I got to pull it back to about. Let me pull it back to 20. You're going to hear a woman specifically. You're going to hear the voice, and she's going to say that I have control of his mute button. So I want y'all to hear that voice one more time.
What the heck?
What an idiot! I have control over his mute button.
Now, right? You heard that voice, right? Some people who have been here before have heard that exact same voice. That voice, it automatically stuck out to me as soon as I heard it. I'm like, yo, that sounds very familiar. So now let me let you listen to a previous video, and this is from years prior to this live stream that happened in 2025. Let y'all listen to this video and let me know if you hear something pretty much similar.
Why no one thought to say and voice their opinion that when I look at these white men, they are the epitome of masculine, and watching some of these police officers manhandle these black men in the street is very attractive, and it's a turn on, and I'm wondering, does anybody else feel like that?
Hold on.
Yes, Lord.
Y'all off the chain, okay? Y'all are off the proverbial chain.
That's Discord talk.
I'm telling
Oh,
you.
okay.
Yeah, that's Discord talk.
I was like, why has nobody said that? Because I'm like, that's masculine. You talk about masculine.
We say that all the time in Discord, Tanasia.
You say that for the back.
Yeah, you have to save that one for the back room when we got the door closed. I can't with y'all.
We use the hard R for long.
Okay. Yeah, I'm talking about, we say the hard R so hard, it sounds like we growling back there around this bitch.
Oh, Tanasia, you got to come back there with us.
Right. So we were able to hear that. So let me just play that. Let me go back to the main video.
No.
And let me go back to, I want to say it should have been, I'm going to put it at 21. Wait. Let me put it at 10:15, and let me play this one more time so y'all can catch the voice. Because like I said, to me, it sounded familiar. Maybe I could be wrong. Right? Maybe I could be wrong. But let's just go back here.
Okay. We'll talk later.
No.
What the heck?
What an idiot. I have control over his mute button.
I'm telling you, that's the same woman,
39. Wow. I feel like
it doesn't matter his age because he's the problem, right?
Obviously, you don't think that was a problem?
Yeah. Well, he's got to be the problem. It doesn't matter.
Do you think that's a problem, what he did?
No, I think it's immature. I don't think it's a problem.
Oh, okay. What's your age?
And that, gentlemen, is the problem with the world, because men don't want to call a thing. No. Men don't want to call a thing a thing. You all want to play semantics and word games. Oh, it was immature. Boys will be boys. But I digress. I'll be quiet and let you go.
Now, let me point that out again. Right? Now, before he was able to really get his words together, the voices were completely manageable, right? Nobody was, getting high and all this other type of stuff, right? She was like, let me just, say this few things for about 5 seconds. And let me just sit up there and duck down so, you can proceed to say what it is that you wanted to say. Again, you had Chase and then you had this guy, both who are part of the exact same demographic, and how the women basically acted vastly different, right? No matter how these other men decide to come at them very aggressively, and how it is that they speak, right? How forcefully they come at them when they speak, no matter how wrong they sit up there and tell them that they are. Now, again, the one point that they have is the fact that you had one ignorant guy that decided to sit up there and show up. That's a part of a whole nother demographic, right? But then you had the guy from the UK, obviously part of the same demographic. And you saw how it is that the main person up front decided to act. The attitude, the eye rolling, all of these things. Magically, she does not have patience for this, but magically for these other demographics, there's this type of patience. There's this type of, I'm going to give you time. I'm going to let you speak. I'm going to let you, in a sense, really get your point, directly through. And, I'm just going to allow that to be. Anybody else? Nah, we're going to pack you up. Let's keep going.
Okay. What is your age again? You said 41?
All right, Sham, I got you. Much love, respect, and appreciation.
Okay. And I'm assuming you disagree with the prompt?
Of course.
Okay, why is that?
Because it doesn't make any sense. You can't just call so the problem of world utopia. If we didn't have men, there would just be a beautiful utopia with no problems.
I never said that.
Hey, Miss Anderson.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
I
You're
never
supposed to
said
be
that.
arguing the topic. You're saying that men are the problem. So if we get rid of men, we have no problems.
I never said to get rid of men.
Then what are you going to say?
I'm saying that we have to acknowledge that men are the problem. In order to fix a problem, you have to identify the problem. And the fact that people refuse to acknowledge that the problem is men, that's why we're just walking around it like the other guy said.
But
It's
the
not
only people
friendly or something
stopping
like that. Hold on,
problems
I'm still
are
speaking.
men.
I'm still speaking. So the thing is that the men at the top have made it like it's a race thing, an ethnicity thing, a skin color thing, a socioeconomic thing, a religion thing, a nationality thing, whatever, a language barrier, whatever, all of these stupid things. But the reality is that most problems in the world are created by men.
So this is a thing that people have already known. When we think about wars and battles and stuff, we already know this. So again, when somebody wants to list something like this, I'm looking for what you would give as a solution. And at least going by the main three, yeah, about the main three guys, because I'm not listing the idiot that was up there. The main three guys that she is talking to, she's not listing anything of a solution. Nothing of a solution. It's just like, okay, do you disagree? Why you disagree? And then we're gonna have a back and forth, and that's it. Also, we got one person up here. Where did you go? You said, well, black women probably act aggressively against black males because their trauma was caused by black males, by black men. Black males get the women that they deserve. I'm a little bit confused. So you mean to tell me that there are no black women out here in the black community that have no type of trauma related to black men? Every single black man out here has caused or created trauma for every single black woman directly out here. I'm a little bit confused. And then the other thing that I want to specifically state, right? Let's say that a type of trauma was there. Let's say, like, a fatherless home, right? Let's just make it very simple, very easy, right? Something that everybody can understand, right? Let's say that a young girl feels a certain type of way about men because her father was never there. Okay, cool, fine, no problem, right? You have that trauma from that guy not specifically being in your life, loving you, caring directly for you, watching you, grow up, walk you down the aisle, all of that stuff. Okay, cool, great. Why don't you have that specific issue or that trauma with that man who is your father? Why would you then, as a black woman, decide that, oh, I'm not just going to have that problem with my father. I'm going to view every single black man as that father. I'm going to view every single black man as that guy who abandoned me, who left me, who was never there for me. I'm going to deliver the trauma and the hurt and the hate that I have for him onto all black men directly out here. How does that get anybody anywhere? How does that move anything forward? How does that help out that young girl who, quote unquote, has that trauma because her father was never there? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to, being a person of trauma, why would you want to put that unnecessary weight on men or young boys out here who don't even deserve it? Like that's not even their responsibility. So why even put those emotions that are not belonging to them on them? Like I said, maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. Maybe people not understanding specifically what it is. It comes to a certain point in time where I look at certain comments. You said, no, just the experiences these black women encounter. Black culture is trash. You invented pip culture. The funniest thing is the main people that she's really having disagreements with and are actually going back and forth with her are actually white men. But for whatever reason, you just automatically zoomed directly. At least she was like smart enough to be like, you know what? I'm not going to just specifically talk about black men. I'm just going to say all men in general. Right? That was smart because that's going to potentially get the attention of a lot of guys out there, right? Smart move, because if she specifically just wanted to fixate on black men, it wasn't going to get her much. it wasn't going to get her much, right? Because she would have people like you that's going to decide to pull directly up to the scene and want to start talking all this type of stuff when it specifically deals with black men, right? And you said the avoidance from black males will serve as protective mechanism. I mean, I guess, sweetheart, however it is that you feel, because as I'm basically looking at it, I don't even know you, but yet you feel as though that me and many other black men out here that you don't know are basically the utmost harmful to you. You act like we caused you the utmost trauma, as if we did the worst of the worst directly to you. But you need to be talking to the men that you are close to, the men that forced whatever trauma that you went through. You need to specifically go directly at those men. Like I said, you're going through some issues and some problems. You need to go seek some therapy. The same exact thing that black women tell black men. You, my dear, need to go seek some therapy. You have problems. Because never in a day would I sit up there and say that any of the issues that I've ever went through with black women are all black women's fault. I'm not going to do that. That's stupid. That doesn't make any type of sense. That's an idiotic move. That's an idiotic move. But I get that you can't actually understand that, because it's okay and it's cool for you to sit up there and just make a blanketed statement about black men, no matter what choices you made. Like I said, I made dating choices in my life, and I specifically blame myself. I can specifically know and tell by way of your comment that you can never sit up there and take acknowledgement. You can never take responsibility, right? You can never take accountability for the men that you specifically chose, that you allowed into your space, into your energy, that caused you trauma, no matter what the red flags were. Like I said, I can list red flags that I directly went through when I dealt with black women directly out here. That was still on me. I decided to still be there. I still decided to be with those people and to interact with those people. That's a me problem. That's an I problem. It's not a they problem. Do you see how that works? That's how accountability works. That's how acknowledgement works. That's how responsibility works. And not just trying to shift or move the goalposts somewhere else and trying to make it seem like you're just this perfect person or other people out here are way more suitable. Like, come on, dog. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? You said, are we just going to ignore how black males are destroying the black community? Come on, we all know who the true problem is. Every race and other ethnicity knows. You know, the funny thing is, I would actually want to know, what are you even black? Are you black? And then secondly, are you even black American? Because what I've noticed is that a lot of times when people want to start going on these tangents, like I said, I get that you have divestors, right? When you got black American women who are divestors who specifically worship white men, I get it. Cool, fine, no problem. Your father wasn't there. You had all these negative interactions with black men. The men that you selectively lay down with, they left you and, abandoned family. Cool, fine, no problem. Got it. Good. But then you have these other women that are from the islands that also worship white men, and they want to portray themselves to be black American women, and they want to start speaking directly on black American topics, which is a little bit weird because last time I checked, when it deals with the Caribbean and when it deals with, Africa, there's fields of those guys directly out there that are dating out, that are with European women. But yet, for whatever reason, y'all seemingly never speak on those men. It's always black American men that always get the utmost flack. They always get the utmost attention, which seems to be weird to me. We're not even a majority out here. A lot of those other groups actually outnumber us, especially in Africa. They outnumber us like tenfold, 100-fold. But yet, here we are. You said, I am not black and I never dated, mated, or would be with a black male. I'm too smart for that. Stats don't lie. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So you're just basically a waste of space and time. It's like, I'm not even sure why you're even here, why you're even trying to open your mouth about a conversation, and you're not even black, but yet you're hiding behind what seems to be the image of a melanated person. Weird. 100% weird. Diabolical in nature. You said, you told me to check Discord. Hold on. Let me see if I can log in. I got you, Ty. You said, are we going to ignore passport bros and the drag black women on the daily? So what you're telling me is that you're fixated specifically on a group of men that you don't like. That now I'm going by your own words, right? You said that you've never dated, you don't like, you don't love, you never made it with a black man, you never would. So you are fixated on a group of men that you don't like and you don't even visibly see or find even attractive. How does that make sense? Let me know in what universe does that even specifically even make sense? Why would you be paying it? That's like me sitting up there paying attention to like Lithuanian women. I don't know nothing about Lithuanian women. I'm like, that's like I'm going to be solely fixated. Like, yo, where are Lithuanian women? Oh my God, they're going to South America. Oh, they're around these men. Why are these Lithuanian? Do you understand like how stupid that is? I'm not a part of that demographic. I'm not of those men. I'm not of that community. Why am I going to sit up there and be worried about Lithuanian women? You just stated that you're not black. You're not even Black American, but you're like the passport bros. Why don't you do know that the original passport bros are white men? You do understand those are the individuals that started this whole thing. Men going your own way. You do understand that there's a demographic that started this, but for whatever reason, clowns out here really feel that, oh, passport bros. Whenever there is somebody, just one black person, magically that whole thing just shifts over. It just automatically shifts directly over. I at no point in time can sit up there and say that black men sat up there and started this movement. We did not. We did not. Sat up there, probably caught up to it. Yeah. Started it. No. Contributed to it. No. Built it. No. Established it. No. White men have been passport bros since the beginning of time. But for whatever reason, y'all are so fixated on whatever it is that black men do. And it's more so specifically, let me pull that back, more so specifically what Black American men do. The same ones that you just said that you don't even find attractive. Brother, what are we doing? Let me see. Let me try to go back to the messages because Ty sent me something here. Oh yeah. That's the what's the name I had her. Okay, yeah. Okay, so shout out. This is why I love my moderators. So let's give a little bit more information directly here on top of what we had earlier, right? Because we got Bella in here that want to talk about some things. So let's talk about the essay offenses, right? Individuals and offensive characteristics. 93.5% of individuals sentenced for essay, right, were men. 55.1% were white. 15.2% were Hispanic, 13.9% were Black, 13% were Native American, and 2.8% were other races. 67% of individuals in cases involved in production of CP are white males. 55.6% of individuals in cases involving travel for prohibited contact, right? S-work contact, so to say, were white. 60.5% of individuals in cases involving criminal essay were Native American. Whoa, that's crazy. Jesus Christ. 85% of individuals in cases involving statutory hard R were Native American. And 48.7% of individuals in cases involving abuse of the further kind of contact were Native American, and 23.1% were white. So when we go by those stats that you had directly there, there's specifically a demographic of men that you can sit up there and say that contribute to a problem. But when it deals with somebody such as Bella, that's not specifically what she wants to go directly into. It's going to fall directly on black men. Black men are specifically the problem in all of these things, right? Also said that I could care less about black males, but I do care about black women. So my thing is, though, right? You care about black women. So why is it that you seemingly have, such a hard on when it deals with black males? Do you want to specifically, look at the stats, look at the numbers, look at this, look at that, right? But then at the same time, you're like, I do care and love black women, but yet you're not going to inform black women of the dangers that are directly out there. Right now, at least for me, I can sit up there and safely say that I have looked at both sides and I have, contributed to putting out stories when it deals with both sides. People like you only want to stay on one thing, right? This is why I've covered videos on my platform before when it dealt with divestors and them losing their lives, because magically y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all want to always talk about the whole framework of like, oh, it's always better out here for black women. They're going to be loved. Every man around the planet wants to sit up there and marry a black American woman. but yet we don't see the influx of those men coming directly to the United States and just snatching up any and every single Black American woman that is here. We don't see that. And then the moment in times that we do see these things transpire and happen, we hear horror stories, right? We have these horror stories that are directly out there. And for whatever reason, a lot of you guys out there who are these women who say that you love and care for Black women, y'all tend not to fixate and focus on these to let these women know, like, hey, there's a potential chance that things can go awry. So be very careful. Be very mindful. Don't just be out here lackadaisical and stupid and just think that can't nothing happen to you. Don't just simply think that, oh, it's only Black men doing it. But that's the narrative that y'all like to sit up there and spin. Y'all don't warn them about other men directly out here, no matter what the stats basically state, no matter even what their women are specifically stating about their men, of which you're going directly after. That's some crazy work. You said, yes, white males were the original passport bros, but white males were discreet about it and didn't drag white women like how Black males do their women. You know why you don't happen to see that? That's because you're not looking for it. That's because you're not looking for it. I have seen countless videos of white men talking about white women. Countless videos. And the way of which that they speak, now this is the other difference of why it is that you don't pay attention to it. Because when they just generalize, when they just sit up there and say women, you're like, oh, it doesn't ring any bells because they're not specifically talking about you or pointing you out. So when they just say women, you're like, oh, it's whatever. Right. But if Black men are specifically speaking, it doesn't matter if they're being direct or indirect or just like not even mentioning anything. It's just like, hey, these women over here or whatnot or whatever, and it's all great and it's all whatnot or whatever. It don't matter how it is that Black men sit up there and specifically put it. It's a problem and it's an issue. I done seen it countless times. Like I said, I done seen dudes out here who ain't even focused or even saying anything negative to Black women at all. He is minding his business. But you know what I see? I see Black women that will take his image and his picture and they will decide to sit up there and post it online and they want to start clowning. They want to start talking. They want to start running their mouth. And again, this is a dude who ain't even focused on you. It's like, why even do that? Like, how much time do you have on your hands to go find out whoever it is that Black man is sitting up there dating or is married to? Like, it don't even make any type of sense. To do what? Like I said, it's weird type of behavior. And now you want to sit up there and say you care about all women. Sure you do. I can sit up there and say that I care about women too. And I've done that by way of putting out tons of information, trying to tell women out here like, yo, you need to go get self-defense training. You need to go get your license to carry. You need to go learn how to properly shoot your weapon. You need to properly learn how to disassemble it so that you can clean it, so that things don't jam and different things of that nature. I've even went to the extent of listing a Black woman who has a YouTube channel which deals with guns. I even went to that furthest extent. I even went to the furthest extent of going on to Amazon and having a live stream going over items that women can sit up there and use to basically protect themselves for just in case. So you can miss me with the whole thing of you trying to sit up there and say that you love all women, because you don't. You said that you originally said that you love Black women, and now you want to sit up there and move it to I love all women. No, you don't. You can't even sit up there and just stay on one thing. You said Black women don't report crimes against them against them to the police very often, so stats aren't going to be accurate. I guess you must be replying to somebody else. You said the dangers to Black women are Black males. That's a statistical fact. Okay, I got you. Cool, no problem, right? I'll sit up there and hold that one directly up there, right? You're talking about crime within proximity. I can say the exact same thing when it deals with Black men dealing with other Black men. There's more, of a thing there where it's like, hey, there's going to be a fight. Somebody may potentially lose their life, right? Somebody may end up in a hospital, right? There's going to be something that's going to happen because it's within proximity. I can say the exact same thing when it deals with white men and white women. Statistically speaking, a white man is going to sit up there and more than likely take the life of a white woman more than anybody else directly out here because of proximity. And if you don't believe me, if you don't want to look at the stats, then go look at their own news sources where they talk about their murder stories, where they talk about their horror stories. Matter of fact, go look at Lifetime. I remember Lifetime. That is the man-hating network because there is no positive stories up there about men. It's always a woman being a victim and her having to fight out of some type of impossible circumstances. It was Tyler Perry before Tyler Perry. Basically, that's Tyler Perry for white women. That's what Lifetime is. But you don't want to talk about that though, because your whole main thing, like you said before, you was like, I love and care about black women. But then you wanted to switch it, talk about you love all women, but then you wanted to switch it back and talk about like, oh, but black men are really a danger for black women. Shouldn't you be saying that all men of other races are a danger to the women of their respective races? Wouldn't that be a well-balanced, equal statement? But that's impossible for you to sit up there and do. You're not going to do anything like that. You're not going to do anything like that. And then you said that you are a woman. Okay, that's cool. You said one case of white man taking the life of a black woman does not negate the stats of the high black femicide committed against black males. Again, we're talking about crime within proximity. I'm just trying to get everybody to acknowledge that. And again, that's not me swaying away from the statement that she made. I know that these things exist. I know that when you have people within proximity, crimes are going to be committed. Things are going to sit up there and happen. So you're going to end up having men get into an argument with their significant other, which more than likely they might be in a relationship with or whatnot or whatever. And things end up happening, right? Doesn't matter if it's robbery. It could be potentially like a murder or other things of that sort. Again, we're dealing with crime within proximity. Again, I'm not swaying away from what it is that you stated, but within the exact same vein, you can say the exact same thing for white men. But again, you're not going to do that. You're not going to do that. You're realistically incapable, because 9 times out of 10, that is more than likely the demographic of which you chase. Because I'm going by your previous statement before, of which you said that you would never even look in the direction, have a relationship with, or emotional attachment or anything like that with the black male. So everybody else but a black male. So I know white is directly up there. So this is why you are not saying really anything when it deals with white males out here. And which is cool. Which is cool. No problem. Yo, what's up, Gail? What else we got? Bella said, you mean the white male incels who created men going their own way as an excuse for their failures in the dating market? Yeah, I know about that. No, actually, there's a lot more directly to that. It's not just that. Again, the stats that I directly went over, shout out to Ty for giving me those other stats directly up there. When you listen to the crimes against families, I'm not sure if you even know what that is, but because I have to word it that way, crimes against families, those are white males. So if those same men who are doing crimes against family are going overseas, what do you then think that they are doing? Because I find it funny that the conversation comes up about passport bros, aka black American men, and they happen to venture and go over. You got all of these women that want to sit up and say, oh yeah, black men, they're just over there for the worst of the worst. Right, the worst of the worst. And they're especially over there with the kids. Right. That's what y'all like to sit up there and say. But yet when it deals with men of other races, y'all don't have this exact same opinion. It's like, oh, well, they're going over there trying to find women, or, maybe they feel a certain type of way about the women. Or it's magically, it's this soft type of tone that y'all have. It's not this aggressive. It's not this aggression, right? It's not this blame. It's not this shame that you try to do when it deals with other men. But when it's black American men, for some odd reason, it's on this whole other type of thing where you're just trying to criminalize and demonize whatever it is that they're doing. And this is why I brought up the videos. Shout out to anyone, the people here that saw the videos and the live streams that I did before, where I talked about DL women. And I also talked about, within that exact same vein, women who travel for sex tourism. Like, they got things such as hedonism. There's tons of quote unquote married couples or people in relationships that go directly to these things that are outside of the United States because they want to be able to do whatever it is that they want to do amongst other people and go back home and be able to just live a normal life without nobody trying to look at them strange. There's also cruise ships for these types of things. But like I said, y'all never want to mention or talk about those things when it is that you as a woman want to go out there and travel. Y'all want to sit up there and go get a groove back or whatever it is that you want to call it. But it's specifically demonized and criminalized when black men more specifically, Black American men go out here and do it. And not just that, it's also people want to start now talking about STDs and STIs and things that are incurable. But you got women out here going to other countries having relations with multiple men without protection. And these are American women. And then they come right back to the United States to deal with American men. That's some crazy work. That is crazy. That is crazy. That's crazy. You said, okay, so we agree that the prompt is correct. So you agree it's all males and that males are the problem. No, it's not all males. Because I'm not sure what specific problems that she wants to bring up. She's listed some things directly up there, and I don't check any of those boxes. So no, I'm not going to sit up there and say all males. No, I'm not. Nope. Now, like I said before, the thing that you're not catching on to is that she's doing this for monetary reasons. She can easily, being the woman that she is, she can list these things and she can specifically say that, okay, well, how can I sit up there and make the utmost money while talking negatively about men? Knowingly, I want to talk about a specific demographic, but I'm just going to just, open it so that it encompasses all men directly out here so that I can happen to really get a real back and forth. Because if, like I said before earlier, if she just specifically made this about Black men, it's not going to really be no, back and forth that much. You have a few guys that'll show directly up, but mostly everybody else that's there who follows her or whatnot, whatever, they'll just say, yeah, I agree. It's going to be the same thing. And again, that's not what she's looking for. She's like, it's cool that you agree, but I'm looking for the disagreeers. Those are the ones that I really want to speak to. Those are the ones I really want to have a conversation about or with. Right? You said, I love all women, but I do love Black women the most. They have helped me the most in life, and I owe them a lot. Yo, Kia Harris, what is up? Kia Harris said the ID channel is 90% white people committing the most horrific crimes, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. But you can't tell people who have a specific preference, who is actually doing these things. They don't care about that. They don't care nothing about that. They can do the worst of like I said, you got women out here that were going after Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, look at some of the worst serial killers that we have had, and look at how they were idolized. You got women today that were like, yo, Jeffrey Dahmer, that's attractive. You got other women sitting up there saying stuff about many other guys. Ted Bundy, that was another one. You got many women out here that were saying Ted Bundy is attractive. I'm like, are y'all smoking? I'm like, what rocks are you on? Put the drugs down. Just put it down. Just stop doing it. Like I said before, like, y'all don't want to talk about how a lot of y'all are weirdos and how it is that y'all are attracted to the most deviant of the deviant men directly out here that have committed the worst atrocities against women. But yeah, you got women out there going out there. Oh, I want to marry this dude. Oh, I want to sit up there and get engaged. Huh? That's some crazy work. That is crazy work. He says, sir, I have a Hispanic surname, so how am I chasing white men? That's your insecurities talking. I don't think highly of white males either. Pros and cons to each race. Well, you do realize, you said Hispanic last name. You do know that people who are Hispanic are considered white, Caucasian, correct? Like I said, maybe you're not in the United States. I don't know, but I'm letting you know for all intents and purposes, and also for other people that don't know, anybody who is Hispanic is basically categorized and considered white in the United States. Anybody who wants to be considered honorary white would be Indian, Southeast Asian, which are Indians, or Asians in general. That means Chinese, that means Korean, South Korean, or Japanese. So I just want people to, catch up real quick. So when I sit up there and say that more than likely you have a group of men out there that you are directly going for, or that you've more than likely dated, been with, or seeked, I mean just that. Because like I said, you decided to say that, hey, you're not for, Black American men. Cool, no problem. So we know all the rest of the demographics that are directly out here that you specifically look at or have considered. Right. Again, I'm just going specifically by your comment. So let's continue. Trying to just catch up directly here. You came back, you said, of course, the ID channel shows more white people because that's what white people want to watch. If it was all black stories, then white people wouldn't watch television. It's 95% white in all of the shows. What else we got? I'm trying to catch up to some of the comments here. Wait. What did Sham say? She said shadow ban doing the Lord's work. She's just talking in circles. She's not listening or debating, just talking. Well, Sham basically stated she wanted us to go right back to the video, so that is what we are going to do. So let's continue on.
So we
That's what
wouldn't
I'm
have
saying.
any problems if it weren't for men.
I did not say that.
But if the men just poof and make themselves correct by your standard of what a perfect man is, we no longer have problems.
It's not my standard. Stop unaliving people. Isn't that pretty much everybody's standard? Don't unalive people. Don't grape people. Don't
Where do we
people.
get that from?
Don't
Where do we
traffic.
get that
I'm still
standard?
speaking. Don't traffic people.
So was
Don't.
I.
I'm still speaking. Don't DV people.
So
Don't
was I.
steal from. I'm still speaking. Don't steal from people. Don't lie to people. Don't manipulate people.
I mean, but it's not only men that steal from
I'm
people.
still speaking. I think that's a pretty much generally agreed upon way to interact with people. You know, treat people the way you want to be treated. If you wouldn't want to be graped, don't grape somebody. I think
So if you're
I'm still
disrespecting men, they can
I'm
disrespect
still speaking. If we can agree, most people, I don't know anybody that would want to be unalived, pew-pewed, you know, hit with a Sharpie thing.
That goes with the
Where
nice
I'm
thing.
still speaking, graped, sold, used, abused. So when you're saying my idea of what like utopia is, I'm talking about I think the general consensus of humans, animals. There's no animal on the face of the planet that wants to be pew-pewed or graped. Yet men pew-pew and grape women, men, children, and animals.
Right? So notice how she did that, right? She keeps saying men, but she's not being specific. And even in the face of the demographic of which does all of the things that she is stating, look at how she's acting. Look at how she's talking. Not even being direct, still saying just men in general. How like this is what I'm talking about. We're not even having a serious conversation here. We're not even having a serious conversation. And again, this guy, he was like, it's not only men. And he is correct. He is correct. He is correct. She's basically only trying to say that, it doesn't matter what women do. It just matters that, when we look at these stats, we see men at the top. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter even if women are contributing. If they are, it's at a lower percentage. So why does it matter? Why do we need to actually focus in and speak directly on it? It doesn't matter at all, right? But the way that I tend to look at it, I'm like, if it's happening, and it's wrong, and all of it needs to be fixed. All of it doesn't need to happen, right? I can agree that none of these things needs to sit up there and happen. But again, at the same time, I'm going to sit up there and state it doesn't need to happen from anybody. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman. And that's going directly stemming back to what Chase tried to bring up earlier, where he was like, hey, I wasn't negatively affected by a man. I was affected by a woman. And they overlooked it. They didn't want to talk about that. They didn't want to go into any stats. They just wanted to, we're just talking about men here. We don't care what a woman did to you when you were younger. It is what it is. But we're going to talk about what men do and what men do to women. Like, that's crazy. You can't even get no sympathy when you're a young dude trying to be vulnerable to older women directly out here. That's a wild work. That's wild. But let's keep going.
Animals also kill other animals.
We're talking about humans. Are you thinking?
Then don't use animals in your.
I'm talking about because men grape animals.
What's the percentage of that?
I'm saying that it happens.
What is the percentage of that?
I'm saying that it happens.
What does it happen?
Okay,
do you know somebody who's done it?
Are we going to quibble over whether these things are happening or not, or men are doing them or not?
All
Because that's
men
what we're
being
talking
the
about.
problem and women
We're
are
talking about men doing these things. So are you denying that they're doing these things, Or are you saying that there aren't enough of them?
I'm not denying that
raping
men
animals?
cause problems, but you're also denying that women cause problems.
I never denied that when I said that
Okay, well,
most
because
atrocities are.
men
I'm still
actually
speaking.
regulate. So was I. I'm still speaking.
I'm still speaking. When I said most
You let anyone
atrocities
talk.
are committed by men, that obviously then means that the rest would be committed by women. Yes.
Most people are prosecuted by men. Most people are
Did you
regulated
hear
by
what I
men.
said? Did you
Did
hear
you hear what I said?
No, I was speaking first. Did you hear what I said?
Men regulate and actually charge people.
Men are committing
Will you
most
stop muting me?
crimes. No, because
It's me.
You can't have a civil conversation. You just
you
mute
are not
people so you
capable
can
of having
blast
a civil conversation.
It's me, and I'm gonna explain why I'm muting you because you keep interrupting
because
the
you're
host.
weak. You guys are
And
weak.
here's the problem: is that I will be happy
Weak
to
women that
let
can't
you
have.
speak. But here we go again.
Just keep on
Here we
mute.
go. Here we go.
It shows how weak you
I'm
are.
just trying. No, it shows that actually you have no power here, sir. That's what it
Woo, the
shows.
power.
Yep, that's what.
Hold on. So no matter what this guy is saying, he was like, "You're weak, you're weak, you're weak," all this other type of stuff. You can't have a right? He's talking a certain type of way towards both of these women, and I'm like, "Yo, you guys are really talking real calm." He's like, "Yes, sir, sir, this and sir that, and huh?" I'm like, "Yo, what was that attitude that you was given a little bit earlier when a guy from the UK?" That obviously was melanated, wanted to specifically have a discussion, right? Some people in the comment section said that he was acting dumb on purpose, but I like to give people the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he wanted a little bit more information. He was younger. Maybe he wanted a little bit of information, and this was not a conversation that he has specifically had, coming directly over there in the UK. Again, the United States is different from the UK. The UK is different from the United States. But she had a whole bunch of attitude, right? Even when it dealt with the ignorant guy, and again, respectfully so, had a whole bunch of stuff to say. Right, cool. But when it deals with this guy calling you weak directly to your face, it's like, no, sir. And it's so timid. It's a very simple voice. It's a very light voice. There's no type of hint of like aggression or anger or any type of attitude directly. I'm like, wow, that's very interesting. It's very interesting how when it's another demographic, the energy is very simple. When it's another demographic, people want to start getting real hyped. People want to start getting real hyped, right? I got you, Ty. I see it. I'm gonna let this one finish, and then I'm gonna read off what you said.
It shows. And so I don't enjoy muting you. I'd very much like it if you would just allow the host to finish her sentence and then you
So we
would be
had a
allowed to finish your
39-year-old
sentence.
and now a 41-year-old acting this.
And I'm not the one muting.
Because you're still speaking.
Because you won't
If
stop
you weren't
over
speaking,
talking
you
her.
wouldn't need to be
You
muted.
won't let me speak. I thought we were having.
You have
This
been
is
over
not
talking
your
me.
platform. Oh, Jesus.
You got to talk, and I didn't get to talk. So when I
You have
talk
been
about
speaking.
something, you just mute me rather than actually talk.
You have been
a
speaking.
conversation about what you want to do to stop this problem, even though men are the ones that regulate problems and actually prosecute criminals. Women didn't come up with that. Men did. Just like men built the society, not women.
What does that have to do with men being the problem? That
These
men are
not
putting
the
other men
problem.
away.
Men are the ones that have created the societies that allow us to survive.
What does that have to do with men being
Because
the
women have
perpetrator?
never built a
So you're cutting
society.
me off again. What does that have to do with men committing most crimes, committing most
They're
atrocities?
committing most crimes, but at the same time,
What does that? No, you're not answering my question. What does men? And the thing is, when you're saying men built society, you also have to then acknowledge that they have systemically oppressed and subjugated women and not allowed women for most of human history to equally. I'm still speaking. You see, you're cutting me off again.
Well,
you're still cutting me off. You've been doing this since you've been up here.
Well, you focus on that more than just
you're
talking.
still cutting me off.
No, I'm not.
You're cutting me off. When you talk about men building society, you have to acknowledge that the reason that women were not equitably participating is because men intentionally discriminated against them, it would not allow them to be educated for most of human history. Would not
Why
allow them
didn't
to
you take
work.
them out?
You're cutting me off again.
Why don't you take them
You're
out?
cutting me off again. If you at 41 years old are incapable of waiting until I finish my
You don't make a
sentence,
point.
then we're not going to be able to have a conversation, which is what you claim that you want. So if you want to have a conversation, you have to actually listen to what I'm saying and then respond to what I'm saying. But you keep cutting me off mid-sentence. So when you say that men built society, again, you have to acknowledge that men discriminated against and oppressed women, would not allow women to be educated, to work in most sectors of the workforce until very recently. But that still does not address what I'm talking about, that men have committed almost all atrocities in human history. Do you disagree that men have committed almost all atrocities in human history?
I can say I agree, because
Okay,
we
that's
are the
what I'm
ones
saying.
that we are the leaders. Men are the leaders.
You don't have to commit atrocities to be a leader.
Well, we don't get to control all men.
You don't have to commit atrocities to be a leader.
We can't control all men, though. It's
What
impossible.
does
You're
committing
talking about stuff that's
atrocities?
impossible,
What does committing atrocities have to do with leading?
because we cannot control all humans.
You
We're
don't
talking
have
about
to.
billions of people. No, you're wanting to, because you're blaming all of the men. You're saying
I'm
that
saying-
they are all of the problem and that men have
said
to fix
most.
all of the problem.
I said most of the problem.
Well,
did not say
most
all.
98%, whatever you want to say, you're blaming all of the men, even
For
though
their actions, yes.
the men are the only ones that are doing something to stop bad men.
No, they're not.
Are there good men? Are there good men?
Yes, there are. Not
How many?
enough, obviously, because
And that's the problem that I have right there. He asked, "Are there good men?" He said, "Yes." She was like, "Yeah, obviously, but not enough." Where are you living at? Where like I'm just trying to figure out, is she living in a place? Is she living in an area where she's automatically getting like a negative that could potentially happen to any person on this planet? She lives in one place where this is happening to her every single 5 minutes. Like what are we talking about? Like again, nobody's sitting up there going away from the point of who commits the crimes, who commits the murders, the wars. We that's already been present. We have books about a lot of guys who have, created wars and who have also won wars, who have also stopped wars. But the main point that he's trying to bring up is that, even if you do have good men directly out here, that doesn't mean that that is going to be the monolith, or that's going to be the standard issue. That doesn't mean that those good men are going to be able to control the other men directly out here. Again, that's not how that works. This is why he brought up the whole thing dealing with the population. It's like, yeah, you can sit up there and have all of these dudes directly out here. You can have good men out here, but that doesn't mean that those good men are going to be able to control all of those dudes directly out there. Things are going to have to be done in order to control those guys, which means that maybe you might have to sit up there and have a war, or you might have to sit up there and prosecute, or whatever needs to take place in order to get those guys directly on up out of here. Like I said, that's how that works. Like there's no there's not really a peaceful solution. Like, I'm not sure what specifically. Like I said, she's not looking for solutions. She's not looking for solutions. She's feeding into the whole thing of like trauma. It's like, yo, women, I'm going to do this live stream. We're going to basically, this is in general, this is about the men that do like the trauma, and we're going to bring up the fact that men are the causation and the problem. Okay, cool, fine, no problem. So now what? So what is your solution? You don't have one. The only thing that she said is like, well, if you're a leader, you don't have to do this. No, it comes to a certain point in time where if somebody is doing something and they just repeatedly keep doing it, things have to be done. Things have to be done. Like I said, if you got a house, let me put it like this. If you got a house and you're a homeowner, right? And somebody, the same person repeatedly breaks into your home, something's going to have to be done about that. Correct? This is when you have the castle doctrine, and this is when you have people deciding that they want to go out there and learn how to procure firearms, get their license to carry, learn how to fire proficiently. This is when the next time that the person decides that, oh, I'm about to break into this person's house after I didn't set up there and done it 99 times, you're not going to make it 100. You're not going to make it 100. Like I said, when it deals with a lot of situations, there is not a peaceful way to sit up there and quote unquote coexist. There's not a peaceful way to sit up there and do away with that problem or that issue. So this is why you have men out here who are that guard against those other men that want to sit up there and do bad to women or everybody else directly out here. Like I said, it's crazy. Like she's making it seem like it's an easy, type of situation to specifically deal with. It's not. It's not. Like that's some crazy work. That is 100% crazy work, and this is why you have men in certain positions, because men are willing to sit up there and do what it is that a lot of other people are not. Men are willing to sit up there and walk around and have that blood directly on their hands, knowing the fact that other people are going to be able to sleep at night. She's not that type of person. She wouldn't be able to sit up there and cope with being able to sit up there and potentially, having to defend another person in a life or death situation and being the victor. She's not going to be able to cope with that. She's not going to be able to live with that directly in silence, so that other people out here can have a normal life. There's a lot of men out here that are locked up right now because they found out what men were out there doing in the community. Let me repeat that one more time. There's a lot of men out here right now that gave over their lives and their freedoms so that other people could actually sleep, so that they could actually have some type of peace. But like I said, when it deals with this type of narrative, you got women like this that don't want to bring that up. They're just like, well, men just shouldn't do it. It's not that simple. It's not that simple. I can sit up and say, well, people just shouldn't steal. It's not that simple. It's just not that simple. Like I said, everything is not cut and dry. There are a lot of gray areas directly in there. And when it deals with these situations, when you want to sit up there and say that, oh, well, men just shouldn't do it, it's not that simple. You just got some bad men directly out here. You got some dudes out here that just don't mean well. But on top of that, you got dudes out here that do mean well. You got guys out here that are protectors. You got guys out here that will sacrifice their life for any and every living thing directly out here. But we don't want to talk about that. We don't want to list that. We only want to talk about the negative thing. And we want to talk about the negative thing to make it seem like that nobody else has ever pointed this out before. Huh? You got history classes. You got the History Channel. You got the news. You got newspapers. You got blogs. You got everybody has always talked about this. It's not like a silent elephant in the room or some type of like whatever you want to call it. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's 100% ridiculous.
Is there a percentage? Can I get a percentage?
The world is a mess.
Free now. Why is it more of a mess today, while women are more freely to do what they want today?
What do you mean? Why is it more a mess today? I don't know. I guess that's a subjective opinion.
Today is a mess. Don't you believe that today is a mess?
I personally would not want to be born a black woman any other time in this country's history. Personally,
you really would have rather been born in a different time?
I said I would not. I said I would not want to be born at another time as a black woman in this country. So when you're saying that this,
so would you like to? Can you pick a different country you'd like to have been born in?
I did not finish what I was saying. So when you say that the world is worse, you're still talking over me.
Well, you were talking over me.
No, I was okay. Okay. You keep talking over me. I was
not really.
Speaking.
Yeah, because he's a man. He's a man, and you have no respect for women at all. You've come on here.
You have no respect for men
the entire time.
I'm really,
really sick of you.
I'm
really sick of you.
I don't have respect for men like you. I don't give respect just to rude people.
Have
so okay, see, you're cutting me off again.
Hold on. So let me just cut her off real quick. She says that she gives respect for the whole duration of the men of this demographic that have come up. She has shown a level of respect, and she want to sit up here and say that she doesn't just give respect. Yes, you do. Yes, you might do it in different ways, but you still sat up there and gave that respect. So you can't sit up there and say that you don't just give, respect. You can't. Like, you're allowing this guy, a full-fledged, roughly 10 minutes to, in a sense, speak. when it dealt with the other one, like the clown that came up and wanted to, start, thinking that he had his aha moment, you gave that like a few seconds, right? When it dealt with the guy from the UK, you sat up there and gave him a few seconds. Matter of fact, you might have gave him like less than a minute. But when it dealt with the two others that are having this conversation directly with you, you're showing immense respect directly to them by allowing them that time, by allowing them to get their points directly across, by allowing them to, really have that back and forth with you and your moderators. So don't, like I said, don't sit up here and lie. Come on now. Let's not do that.
You have been, you're cutting. Okay. I know that this is making the men very emotional today. Thank you so much for the gifts. Making the men very emotional. I don't know how they're not embarrassed. I don't know how they're not embarrassed. Like, why can't?
Because he doesn't have to be. He doesn't have to be. He's never had to be accountable. I guarantee you he's never had to be accountable for how he treats women.
Like, they know that this is true because men try to control women by saying men are dangerous. You don't know. Like, I have to control who you talk to, where you go, who you, what you wear, what time you get back, because men are out there and they're going to do something bad to you. They know that it's men, but when women say it, then it's a problem. Yeah, I'm calling men dangerous. You guys are dangerous. What are you talking about? You guys say you're dangerous. When men carry weapons, it's because they're worried about defending themselves from other men. Like, come on.
You're not saying anything. Like I'm a little bit confused. So, let me just get this straight, right? So, right, we're dealing with two things, right? Number one, trying to say that men are the problem, but also in the sense that men are controlling, right? So it's like, okay, a man is who actually cares, right? Let me just put it to the extent of like a father. Any father that is worth his salt is going to protect his daughter and let her know how, young boys are and how men directly are, right? And to specifically let her in on the insight so that she doesn't get caught up. So that game is not played directly on her, right? That's what everybody does, right? A father does that directly for his daughter. My mom did that for me. She specifically told me the good, the bad, and the ugly when it deals with women. A lot of women out here are not going to do that. They're not going to sit up there and tell their sons the horror stories and the ugly parts, or let alone potentially the bad parts when it deals with these young girls and these women directly out here. My mom set up to tell me the full-fledged story. She was not. She shoots directly from the hip. She is not about that life of sitting up there putting up some type of like false imagery directly up here that all women are positive and all this other type of stuff. Right. And that's why I have immense respect directly for my mother, because she will do more and educate me more on, versus what other women will sit up there and do specifically for their sons. A lot of other women were like, oh, women are great, women are positive, love all women. No matter what a woman does, you always protect her, and all this. A woman can do no wrong. That's pretty much how a lot of people out here want to sit up there and spin that when it deals with women, which is a false narrative. And that sets a lot of dudes up for failure. And this is why you have a lot of dudes out here suffering when it deals with getting caught up in, am I the father? Right? That's how that happens. That's directly how that happens. Right? But, like I said before, she wants to sit up there and say that, oh, men know that men are the problem. Ma'am, men are going to sit up there and go after whatever they consider weak. It doesn't matter if it's a woman or if it's another man or if it's an animal. If they deem you to be weak, then they're going to sit up there and go directly after you, right? So, case in point, how many, let's say, female UFC fighters, female boxers, um, how many female bodybuilders have come out there and set up there and stated like, yeah, fields of men all the time sit up there and just try to do stuff to me? No, because those dudes are like, you know what? Nah, I see you out here, coach. You looking real strong. You got it. And they'll sit up there and go, oh, this woman is about like 4'5", and she only weighed like 98 pounds. I got me a target right there. Like I said, you got men out here that's going to sit up and go directly after the week. 9 times out of 10, if a woman even looks like she's even a potential match, or if she could potentially do something, it ain't sitting up there happening. It's not happening. But I don't know. I don't know. This is just Jesus Christ. This is crazy. This is like I said. Anybody worth their salt is going to sit up there and put a warning directly out there. The other thing I also want to throw into this little conversation is the fact that when it deals with a lot of these statistics, there's a lot of stories that I've covered where women are trafficking other women, where women also set up other women so that the men can get them. Like you have women working in tandem with men in order to cause issues for other women directly out there. It was about 3 years ago. I gave you guys a story about a white couple that are married. I think they were doctors, somewhere in the medical field. The husband would basically, so the wife would basically set it up, potentially like drug the women's drinks or whatnot or whatever, and then the husband would basically bring the women back to the house, and then they would do whatever, right? And again, that's one instance of people like this getting caught. If there's one instance, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of instances like this that people just don't talk about or women may not recognize because, again, they were high on whatever it was that, people sat up there and slipped or gave directly to them. But again, women like her are not going to bring that up. They're going to be like, that's anecdotal. That's just a one-off type of thing. Let's focus on this large number of men. Again, I want to sit up there and be very honest. When we talk about these conversations, can we sit up there and say that men contribute to a lot of these crimes directly out here? Yes, we can. Do we got the stats and the numbers to back up certain things? Yes, we do. But can we also bring up the fact that a lot of these men who commit these crimes are being sheltered and covered by women? Do you think that she's going to bring up the fact that a lot of these dudes who are murderers, a lot of these dudes who go after who do crimes against women, some of the most horrendous crimes, a lot of these men who do crimes against the community, a lot of the men who do crimes against the family, a lot of women shelter those men. A lot of women out here have family of which these men are directly in, and they opt not to say anything. They opt to hide these men from law enforcement. They opt to hide these dudes from any type of bench warrant, from any type of judges or prosecutors. They will help these guys go directly on the run by either driving them, sending them on their way, or giving them money. But do you think that somebody like her is going to bring this up and talk about it? No. But let's continue.
Hi, Joe. Thanks for waiting. What's your age? Joe? Are you there? Okay. I don't know what's going on, Joe. You can request back up later.
GG's a
Never,
nigga.
never
GG's a
mind.
nigga. GG's a nigga. GG's a nigga. GG's a nigga. Nigga, 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 GG's a nigga. You nigga, you bitch, you ass, you a hoe. You a
You sound
hoe.
like a
Nobody
real
wants you. Nobody
adult.
wants you. Nobody wants you. Nobody wants
I,
you.
I bet you have children.
You
I
know
feel
he
like
shut
that's
the
the
Like
same
motherfucker
dude.
up. You
like
fucking.
like you're an actual adult. I don't you should be ashamed of yourself. Like I don't
Straight
know.
clowns, man.
And I just let you talk because, it just shows
She got 2 points.
how
Yeah.
men are the
He's like,
problem.
you know,
It's
how, like, what was that song?
you're an embarrassment.
Like, yeah, no, that was sad. I'm sad.
You should be embarrassed.
Someone said his bio says 38. Is this really what you all in your late 30s do? Like this. So wait, he's 38. The last guy was 40 something. The other guy was 30 something. Like, is this what?
39.
Yeah, is this what we're doing now? Is this what we're doing now?
I mean, this is the prompt. Like, that is the point of the prompt. Like, to get up here as a whole 38-year-old. That's
kind of scary. I ain't gonna lie. But how are you doing? Nice to meet you.
okay. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. All right. So I kind of
Your
agree.
age?
I don't. 29 now. 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to sit up there before we get into this segment. This is the other portion where again, she got the 2 points where the two ignorant dudes, I'm not sure if that was the same person, but two guys pulled up to the scene deciding that they wanted to sit up and act stupid. Again, it doesn't prove anything when they do it. It just further proves her point, and it further goes directly into the narrative and the topic that she has directly up there. Again, if you're a guy, I need y'all. If you're just emotionally just like not there, dog, stay back, stay wherever it is that you are in mom's basement or whatnot. Just stay directly there. Let dudes who are logical, who are not emotional, have this conversation. Like this is not you don't have the things necessary. You're not well equipped to do this. Like I said, just stay back, dog. Like you're not making anything any better. And 9 times out of 10, if you're going to sit up there and say that she's unattractive, chances are, bro, you are right there too. Let's not sit up there and make it seem like it's different, because if you were quote unquote attractive, guess what? You wouldn't be on her live stream. You will be out here at parties. You will be going to gatherings. You will be, with fields of women all day, every day. You would not have the time and the energy to be on her live stream and doing this. Like, come on, dog. Come on. Like I said, I can have a full-fledged disagreement with somebody, but I don't have to go to that extent. I don't have to go to that extent. That's different if somebody wants to push it there. That's a vastly different thing. But again, she's having an open dialogue and a discussion. Just come there with logic, come there with some stats, come there with some numbers, or just be able to, state your point as clear as possible. That's it. But now let's listen to, you can clearly see this guy's picture directly in the upper, I'm sorry, the lower right hand side. Pay attention to the interaction and what's going to happen with the main person that's speaking, and along with the moderator on her channel.
So I agree with you. Sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say I agree with
You're on teacups. Okay, go ahead.
All right, cool. I was gonna say, yeah, the same way we commit the most like crimes and atrocities, it's to other men. So it's like, how does that really affect you if majority of the crime is to other men?
I'm not saying like, well, one, crime is wrong. Two, men also unalive other women, like other unalive women. They harm children, they harm animals, they harm the planet. So I don't know why it's okay for men to harm other men. Like, why is that like an acceptable form of violence or crime or,
So let me just be real. Men are naturally competitive. You can see that when it deals with young boys. Anybody who has had sons or twins or whatnot, whatever, you've seen them fight. You maybe if any woman out here has been pregnant with twins, two twin boys, you might have had them fighting directly in the womb. Like they'll just be sitting up there kicking and doing all of the types of stuff to each other, not to you, but to each other. And then when they get out, they're doing the exact same thing. When they grow up, they're doing the exact same thing. When they're adults, they're doing it. So, right, this is something that is just there when it deals with fighting, amongst men, amongst boys. Like that's just something, right? When it deals with males, right? But again, when it deals with serious crimes like lives being taken, when it's like men versus men, I just want to be real. She doesn't care. A lot of women don't care. Like if a man were to go out here and take the life of another man, they don't care. As long as it doesn't affect women, don't care. So I get his point. If the crimes that we're speaking of that happen are the majority against other men, it's like, what are we really talking about here? Like that should actually technically be a man sitting here really talking about how much of a problem these things are and going by and listing, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and all these other types of things. Right. But let's continue.
Because that's terrible. Like men attacking and hurting each other is not okay.
Right. And I agree with that. Yeah, men shouldn't attack other men, but like we're raised as soldiers, so we like expected. So being raised as like a you're not raised to not be a soldier. Yeah, I'm telling you, as a man, you guys haven't been raised as a man in America, but as a man growing up, let me finish, please. As a man in America, you raised as a soldier mentality.
Okay.
So boom, let me just finish, please. Right, I'll let you guys finish. Can I finish?
No, because that's
He's a no limit soldier.
If you let me finish my sentence, you'll actually be able to hear the context.
I know the context because this is not the first.
You don't know what I'm gonna. What was I gonna? Nah. Well, yeah. Anyway, so boom.
He said, "I am on the battlefield for my Lord."
So you said, "Oh, men attack
And
women and children." When you sing while I'm talking, that's crazy. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
if you
because you're
want
being
respect, you have to give
ridiculous. You
respect,
guys
right?
were raised as soldiers. Y'all barely know your fathers. Nobody's raising you as soldiers.
Oh no, I know my.
Oh, see how that works? See how that works? So I want y'all to note. I want y'all to note all of this mouth, all of this type of thing that they're doing, right? So when you have a man that is obviously of the same demographic as them, notice the disrespect. You got the one moderator, she really want to start getting hype. She really want to, and this dude, he's not sitting up there. And it's a crazy part. He's not being disrespectful. He's being as respectful as possible on this platform, and they're giving him the utmost disrespect. The moderator, she's sitting up here. I'm a no limit soldier. She's sitting up here singing. She's sitting up there throwing ad libs, and now she's sitting up there. Y'all don't even know y'all fathers, and that this is what I be talking about right here. This is how I know that they have a specific preference because it bleeds through. Again, look at the conversations. Again, I'm not talking about the two idiots that came directly by. Push those clowns directly to the side, right? You had the dude from the UK that spoke. She didn't want to, she had a whole attitude, rolling her eyes. The two other guys that pulled up there that were more than likely American men, right? Caucasian in nature. She didn't actually, I think probably about like three of them, right? She was all respectful, all timid. Oh, my voice is this, my voice is that. Respectfully, sir, 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 sir. Even the moderator, sir, sir, sir. Actually, sir, right? All of this respectful stuff, no matter how much animosity or anger that they were throwing directly towards these women, right? But when you got this guy that is obviously of the exact same demographic, you saw the host, you saw her rolling her eyes. Her patience were thin. She didn't even have patience. You can see it on her face. She was like, I don't even know why he's here. I can't even stand these black men. I don't even know why I don't even know why he even came up here. Like, what is he even talking about? I can't even, why is he even trying to have this conversation with me? Like, it was all of that touching her face and all this. Like, yo, that's crazy. That is 100% crazy. And then you're allowing your moderator to be disrespectful to this dude talking, and he's not being disrespectful. He's trying to make his point, and then he's trying to clarify, and you're like, no, I don't need you to make your point. I already know what you were going to say. How do you know? How do you know what you were going to say? Like, are you just doing these things just so you can be disrespectful to like black men out here? Because he's not being disrespectful, but he's getting all this disrespect for trying to have and come through with this conversation and speak clear and just like as logically as possible. Let's keep going, dog.
I know my father. My mom and dad were married. They still are actually. But
I'm not talking about you specifically. I'm talking.
No, yes, you were, champ. Yes, I got to cut it off again. I'm sorry, because this is the type of stuff that gets on my nerves. When you got men of other races that come directly to you and give you the utmost attitude, the utmost energy, you don't got nothing to say. You ain't really doing nothing. If you do, you say it in such a light voice. But now when this dude is talking, now you got bass. Now you got bass in your voice. Now you got a tone. You ain't talking with that exact same lightness. Now you want to be as vocal and as quote unquote assertive as possible. For what? For what? You literally said that y'all don't even know y'all fathers. So how you going to be a soldier? And he was like, actually, both of my parents are married. And she got real silent because she was looking real stupid. Not even the moderator could sit up there and say anything. And then she wanted to come back, double back, be like, oh, well, I wasn't specifically talking. Yes, you were. Yes, you. Just be honest, man. Just be honest. Like I said, out of the Caucasian men that pulled up, were you sitting up there saying that they don't know their fathers? Nope. You weren't trying to insinuate anything about how they grew up or their living situation. You weren't trying to insinuate or try to take away from how much of a man that they are. You weren't trying to do none of that. You just sat your little pretty self directly there and you were just, talking, but you weren't really trying to be assertive. Well, actually, sir, it's clown work out here, man.
About a lot of men.
The thing that's
you're right.
frustrating about that. The thing that's frustrating about that is when men say things like that. A soldier is a job. They're like men actually, if men were raised as soldiers, they would not need to go to boot camp if they actually enlist in the military. They would not need to be trained because they would have already, I'm still speaking, because they would have already been trained to be a soldier. Like if boys are going through training to become soldiers, then they would not need to ever have to go through like the police academy, to go like through any type of training, like a
What?
Quantico for the FBI. I mean, like they'd already know most of it. Like maybe
Dog, what are you talking about? So, okay, let me just break it for anybody that's a little bit confused. So, what the young man is basically stating that, guys are basically raised to be soldiers. He's talking about raised to basically stand up, raised to sit up there and protect. If anything is going wrong, it's like, yo, you're going to sit up there and fix it. If you see it and you're on site, you're going to step in and fix the situation or the problem. That's the type of soldier that he's talking about. She wants to talk about like, oh, if y'all were actually raised to be soldiers, then you wouldn't have to do, go through training when it deals with the military and the FBI and the police. Ma'am, yes, you would. Are you like what are we talking? Brother, oh my God. How do we even get here? That doesn't, those things did not correlate. Just because you know how to stand up for somebody outside, in just the normalcy of life, and you know how to fight directly for those who might not be able to fight for themselves and speak up for them, that doesn't mean that you know everything that there needs to be to when it deals with FBI training. Like, do you understand? Like the FBI, they deal with intelligence, they deal with like interrogations, they deal with certain like covert ops or whatnot. They deal with a lot of other things that normal people don't know nothing about. But you're making it seem as though that, oh, well, if you were actually trained by your fathers, then you wouldn't actually have to go through any of that. What are we talking about right now? What are we talking about right now? This point right now, she makes no type of sense. And the reason why it's gone this way is because they can't specifically state that he doesn't have a father, that he comes from a single parent household. They can't sit up there and say that, oh, well, you hate women. They can't say any of those things because he's coming from a 2-parent household where both of his parents are more than likely black and they're married. So now it's like the hamster is fighting for dear life. And now we're just moving the argument to other places of which it has nothing to do with. A man standing up in everyday society defending people has nothing to do with training for the police, for the military, for the FBI, or whatever it is that she's going to sit up there and list. Let's keep going.
they need specialty training for a specific job or function, but they wouldn't actually have to do most things. Then women who are in those fields would need much more training because they were not trained as soldiers.
Right. That's a good point.
So that's why it's like when you guys say stuff like that, like it's kind of like, what are you talking about? Because that's not true. I'm not saying that boys aren't taught to like repress their feelings and fight over like, turn verbal arguments into physical altercations to settle disputes, or they're told to be more rough and toughen up, suck it up, don't cry, like all of that stupid stuff. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. That is not a soldier. That's like somebody who's been taught to repress their emotion.
What are we talking about here? How do we move from? Okay, so let me just get this straight. Right, men are the problem, correct? And then he was trying to he basically at the first part he agreed, but then he was also trying to expound and give his point, right? And then amidst that, they both started going in and being disrespectful while he was trying to speak. One of the moderators stated, he's trying to be a soldier. He's a soldier for the Lord, right? And then wanted to say that he does not have his father, right? But then he said that, correction, I do know my father and my parents are married. And then wanted to go back and basically state that, oh, well, I'm not specifically talking about you. And then when he wanted to further expound upon the whole thing of being a soldier, she wanted to segue and move the goalposts and talk about, well, if you guys are actually raised to be soldiers, then you wouldn't really need training when it deals with the military, police, and the FBI and things of that sort. And now we're going into the whole thing of men being taught to repress their emotions. Where are we even at? Where are we even at? Because I feel like so many different things we've passed directly through and we've missed the mark when it deals with her main topic that she specifically had when it deals with this live stream. I'm a little bit confused. It just started getting real muddled. It just went gray. it just went real gray real quick. Because I want to note, out of all of the speakers that have come directly up, at least for the duration that I was, watching that live stream, this young man here was the utmost respectful. He was like, hey, I can see your point. I actually agree directly with, again, he's trying to make a middle ground, right? Because he's trying to sit up and say like, yo, I see what it is that you're saying. I see where it is that you're coming from. So I want you to know that I acknowledge that. So this is this piece right here. and he's continued to try to move forward to try to find some type of common or middle ground. That's not what they're here for. And this is why they're trying to say so many things in order to antagonize him, to get him to act a certain type of way, in order to get him to say a certain type of thing, because they're not looking for men to come up there and to be respectful. That's not what they're looking for. They want men to come up there and feed into the narrative that men are the problem. Like the last two that wanted to come up and start talking about the way that she looks and nobody wants her. They want that. They want that type of energy. They want the negative energy. They want the dummies. They want the ignorant ones. They don't want somebody that's actually going to be respectful, that's going to talk to them like a human being, that's going to try to find a common or a middle ground, that's going to try to, bring a solution to the argument. That's not what they're looking for. And that's what I'm trying to point out here. Well, let's keep going.
That then causes other problems later down the line, because that's not healthy. But a soldier is something different.
Yeah. No, that makes a really good point. I never really thought about it like that. It's want to be all soft and stuff, and then like you have other men that's attacking you like on a regular. So it builds like your character, like, or what you deal with every day. But at the same time, like I also know a lot of good men they don't let nothing happen to women and kids, or they won't even like that's not fair game. That's never been fair game, women and kids. But I'm not saying it doesn't happen though either. So you gave me some things to look up later. I'll definitely do my research.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming out.
No, thank you. Peace.
That was the most normal interaction today.
Can I just really quickly, Joe and Angela, so guys, if you guys could do me a favor,
So that was pretty much the end of that portion. So I want y'all to understand, look at her energy when she had to sit up there and say that was the most normal interaction. I'm pretty sure it was, because you're looking for a fight. You're looking for somebody to be disrespectful to you. And when you couldn't feed off of positive energy, when you couldn't feed off of somebody looking at you and talking to you as a human being, it deflated everything. You didn't even know what to do with that. Like I said, this is the type of person that doesn't know what to do actually with positive energy when it comes from men of her own demographic. And that's sad. All of her energy was deflated. Like, again, when he was even like the last note that he was speaking, he was like, yeah, not saying that, I do understand that this, does happen, but also within the same vein, we have men out here that won't allow things to happen to women and children or other people directly out here. Notice how she didn't have nothing to say, and then she started looking to the left and the right. She didn't have nothing to say. She was done with the conversation because there was nothing for her to feed directly off of. She cannot feed when it deals with black men who are positive and as talking to her as a human being and being respectful, no matter how disrespectful she and the rest of them are being. They don't know what to do with it. They don't know how to move with that. They don't know how to carry that. They're just deflated. She couldn't even figure out a way to even have an attitude. And the crazy part is, at the last minute, let me just pull that back real quick. Let me see.
Because that's not true. I'm not saying that boys aren't taught to like repress.
And then like you have other men that's attacking you like on a regular. So it builds
Watch,
like
pay attention.
Your character, like, or what you deal with every day. But at the same time, like I also know a lot of good men they don't let nothing happen to women and kids, or they won't even like, that's not, fair game. That's never been fair game, women and kids. But I'm not saying it doesn't happen though either. So you gave me some things to look up later. I'll definitely do my research.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming out.
No, thank you. Peace.
Even with him sitting up there saying that and agreeing, he was like, hey, I basically view it as a 50-50. Thank you for the conversation. It was enlightening. You gave me some things to look at. She couldn't really say nothing, but she still had to try to find a way to have an attitude. She was like, okay, well, thanks for being here. What? Like, dog, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong? Come on, man. Like I said, I don't know what interactions that this lady here may have specifically had with black men directly out there. It's like, yo, I'm done with actually telling a lot of people sorry, because I used to sit up there and do that a lot, especially when I was younger. I used to sit up there and really try to, take that on. I'm like, man, I wish, I was there. I'm sorry that they're, really. I'm like, dog, there's no reason for me to say sorry because I didn't have any parts of it. It makes no sense for me to continuously tell people sorry directly out here when I was not the causation of any of these things. And whatever this woman gone through, like I think he was like 20, 28 or 29. This woman was probably like in her 40s. Whatever you got going on, dog, you need to drop it. Like, you're too old to be doing this. That young man came there with an open, like an open lens. He came there with open ears. He was not really trying to do this rah 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 and all this other type of stuff that y'all were. And it's like, like I said, the most disgusting part to me is the fact that they had all of this energy when it dealt with, of course, the clowns, and rightfully so, right? But you had the same energy with a guy from the UK that simply asked the question. He asked one question. He wasn't trying to, be no type of way or whatnot or whatever. You didn't want to even go in depth. You didn't even want to try to just give him a little bit of something to feed off of so that he can just, have the runway. You didn't want to do that. You just like, you got your 10 seconds. We're going to duck you down. We're going to pull somebody else back up. When this young man showed up, y'all automatically started interrupting this dude and y'all start interjecting. He couldn't even fully get his point through or across. And y'all just deliberately went in there, tried to specifically frame it in such a way by throwing all of this energy out there to try to get him to act beside himself so that he can feed into the narrative and prove your point. And he did everything else. He did everything else, and you couldn't do nothing with it. The moderator didn't even show back up because she was looking like a straight fool, a straight clown. Like I said, man, like this is why I don't like when people do conversations like this, because you have people only specifically looking for a one way. You're not looking for a solution. You're not looking for a middle ground. You're not looking for anything. You just want to simply just like state this and that's it. But it's like you want people to debate with you, but yet you want to prove that men are the problem. You want people to agree, but the people that actually agree with you are in the comment sections telling you that they agree. But when they come up and tell you that they agree, you was like, oh, well, it's cool. It's great that you agree. I'm not really looking for you, whatnot, whatever. I need the people that disagree. That's crazy. That's crazy. I feel as though that you would have more of a runway when it deals with a lot of these live streams if you would actually talk with the people that would agree, because then they would bring up their stories and everybody would be in this emotional, type of area. Like, oh yeah, I know some stories too. This happened to me, X, Y, Z. Right. You would have a lot of stuff there. A lot of stuff there. But to do stuff like this, it seems like you're trying to have a disingenuous conversation. It seems like you're not really serious about trying to fix a problem or a situation. And again, the crazy part is how they want to like frame it to be like all men or all this other. But what about your sons? If you got sons out there, you're going to sit up there and you're going to throw him directly in there? What about the men in your family that you love and respect? Are you going to throw them directly in there? What about male coworkers that you know of? Are you going to throw them directly in there? Just like Ms. Kia Harris stated, she said, and who gave you the platform and the ability to complain today? That would be men. So it's crazy to sit up there and say at one point that you want to say that men are the problem, but you get on YouTube, you get on TikTok, you get on the internet, and you start complaining about men. That's some wild work. You get on all of these computers, you get on all of these tech devices, and you complain about men. You're using electricity at this moment in time, and you're complaining about men and saying that men are the problem. She more than likely has a flat screen. She got a refrigerator. She got a stove. She got all of these many things. She has a house or an apartment of which men constructed. Women do not construct. They don't lay the pipes. They don't lay the line work. They don't do the electrical work, right? They don't do the work, the woodworking, the carpentry, any of those things. Men do all of these things, but you don't want to talk about the positive things that men do and contribute to that you are able to profit directly from. Men are the problem, but you're using tech of which men created. What are we doing? Like, this is, brother, this is just all over the place. This is all over the place, man. This is crazy. This is crazy work. You said wait. You said Mr. Kia? Wait, hold on. Are you saying that you're a guy? I'm not. I'm a little bit confused on the Mr. part. I don't know. like I said, a lot of things are going on directly out here. So, I don't know how things are framed. I can't really see pictures. I can see some people's pictures. I can't see other people's pictures. Mofo said that female here, I detest feminism. It's gross and it brings down society. I don't think females should be in government at all. Mm. Mm. Like I said, so the another reason I bring up a lot of these, images or videos directly here is to showcase the fact that when you have men out here that basically feel that they say that they feel a certain type of way, they have reasons, right? Just like how women sit up there and say that, oh, we got our reasons why we feel about men. Men have their reasons too, because in instances like the very last commentator that was there that came onto her platform, you have women out here that are massively disrespectful to men. And when they are in groups, it gets even worse. Like I said, I've been through it myself. I've been through it myself, and it happens, but it doesn't get listed when it is that, people are doing these things. And we also got what was it? B Moore said it's a rap, LOL. He said the feminists are becoming judges and lawyers. Hey, whatever people are doing is whatever people are doing. The other thing I want to sit up there and put directly up there is the stats here. And shout out to Ty. It took me a minute to get directly to it because we had to go through the video. It might be a little bit small for you guys to see, but I want to put it directly up there. I'm going to try to make the image a little bit better. So give me a quick second. I should have been doing this during the live stream, but I was too, caught up directly in the video. And it's crazy, when you happen to rewatch videos, you'll notice things that you might not have necessarily noticed the very first time that you watched it. So it was like, I was going through all of that. So what we're going to do is I'm going to try to get these stats as large. That still looks bad though. Right. I'm going to do that. And these were the stats dealing with the assault versus offenders. So let me just put this directly up there so y'all know what I'm referring to right quick. We got another video, so just give me a quick second. Oh, I didn't download it. That's crazy. Give me a second. Let me make this the background black. Maybe that might help out just a bit, possibly. No, that didn't really help out. Think I might have needed to highlight it a little bit differently. But yeah, so we're going to look directly at the stats. And again, shout out to Ty for bringing these stats directly up here. Let me just get rid of, remove. There we go. Right. All right. So we got these stats directly up here. And just so people aren't confused, these are dealing with aggravated assault offenders versus the victim demographics directly up there. So you can clearly see the numbers, right? When it deals with the assault, right? So to the, let me go back up and read. Yeah, okay. So, okay, my bad. I was looking at the pie chart on my side. My bad. But yeah, we see the offenders directly by race. And then we also have the bottom number as well, too. But basically, what it's in a sense stating is you're looking at it almost as equal. If I go directly back to the pie chart, right? So you got 2.2 million directly on the side. And then when you look at the other side, it's roughly equal to that as well. So again, like one of the guys pointed out, he was like, well, the greater majority of these crimes are happening, towards men. And they are, statistically speaking, more men are going through these crimes than women. Are we saying that women don't go through these things? Yes, we know that women go through these things, right? But again, looking at the stats, and this is by way of the government, men go through and face these crimes more because men are around other men more than they are around actual women. Just want people to pay a little bit of attention directly to that. So again, that goes back to the first point that one of the previous speakers were trying to bring up when it dealt with a lot of these things here. What was the other thing too? Oh, so the next video that we have directly up here is almost in the same vein. So we're going to take a look at this, and let me bring this directly up here. This is another live stream that I actually went directly through.
Yeah, I got a black wife too. Now,
right? So this video here, he said black men fail the black community, black men hate their kids and their women, right? So this is almost within the same vein in a sense, but it's coming directly from a guy. In a sense, doing it, I want people to note that both of these people will make buku money because they're specifically, just talking about men in a negative light, more specifically black men in a negative light. And that is a cash cow. It makes a lot of money. You can't make a lot of money talking about any other demographic or group of men. You just can't. Like I said, this is why the news does it on an everyday basis. Blog sites is why you got World Star Hip Hop and what was the Shade Room. And yeah, like I say, this is why you got all of these platforms. Whenever there is a story about a black man, it don't even matter if it's not even really negative. If it can even be looked at as negative, they're putting it out there so they can cash in on it, right? But let's just take a look on what he has to state, right?
Are you married? Yeah, I got a black wife too. Now what? You got any more? Ask me some more. Ask me some more questions. Ask me some more questions.
Before you on here pandering and rage baiting.
Pandering.
Hey, listen.
What's the definition of pandering? What's the definition of pandering?
Let me tell you. You pandering black men and you're rage baiting them.
Pandering black men?
Hey, listen, I congratulate you, brother.
Wait, I'm pandering black men?
Listen, what you're doing is a beautiful thing. You have a low body count.
I'm pandering black men.
You have a black wife. That is something that is congratulating.
I'm pandering black men?
Yes, sir.
I don't think you know the word.
There's no good black man, and then you have yourself.
I don't think that's how you use
standards that you have, which means there is such thing as black man that's good out here.
I don't think you would use that like that, but okay, if you I'm pandering black men, y'all. Now,
okay, let's just say, Vincent, in your opinion, I used that wrong.
You did.
Why are you rage baiting other men instead of educating other men?
What
you know what I'm saying?
So let's just look at this real quick, right? Because the guy wanted to bring up pandering, right? So it says, what does pandering to someone mean? To pander to someone means to cater to or indulge in their desires, weaknesses, or demands, often for personal gain or advantage, and usually with the implication of being based or dishonest. This can range from a politician making empty promises to a person giving excessive compliments to get what they want. It can also have a specific legal definition referring to the act of persuading someone to become a prostitute. Politics. A politician might pander to voters by making promises they don't intend to keep to win support, as in, quote, the politician's promise to lower taxes without a feasible plan seemed like an attempt to pander to the voters. Personal relations. A person might pander to someone's ego by giving them insincere compliments to get a favor, as in Jenny was pandering to his ego by complimenting his new tie, just so she could take the afternoon off. Parenting / authority. A person in a position of authority might pander to those they are supposed to be guiding, like a babysitter who gives in to a child's every whim instead of setting the rules. So technically, in a sense, looking at the definition, right? Now maybe it could be me just looking at this just a little bit, but you do have people that will pander to certain demographics. Correct. You'll have people that will grift to certain demographics, right? So the previous woman that we watched, she was specifically pandering to women, right? Because again, the meaning of pander to someone means to cater or indulge in their desires or weaknesses, right? So within the first topic of the conversation, she was basically stating that men are strong and women are weak. Right? There are weaknesses within women. So this is why men are able to do the things that they want to sit up there and do to women, and how it is that men are inevitably the problem. Correct? Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I might be, misconstruing the definition or or whatnot or whatever. And when we look directly at the conversation that is being had directly right here, we look at the title. It says that black men fail the black community and black men hate their black kids and their black women. So for all intents and purposes, he would be catering, pandering, grifting, whatever definition I guess that would basically fit to black women. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm just like all the way wrong. I don't know. But let's go.
Ain't no good black man out there. How can you say it and you have yourself?
Why are black men not holding other men accountable for disrespecting black women?
That's not what you said. You said there's no good black men.
Yeah, if you say that there's no good black woman, I say what I say in response to you. So when niggas out here saying that there's no good black woman or the majority of black women are always like this and that, nigga, that's what the fuck going on over here. I give you eye for an eye, nigga.
Black men not speaking like
I give you eye for you niggas not speaking like, bro. You nigga, black women were just pussy to you. You have a body count of 50. You are a living representation.
I'm sorry.
What age are you? What age are you? How old are you?
I'm 40.
You ain't no wife.
No wife.
When was the last time you had sex?
Yesterday.
And she not your wife.
She's not my wife.
All right. Is she your girlfriend?
She is.
And how long she been your girlfriend?
She's actually my fiance. But go ahead.
How long she was your fiance?
2 years.
Oh my fucking God. Y'all see, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I know you're not a good man, bro. She been your fiance for 2 fucking years. I married my wife in 6 months. I'm sorry. Yeah, I married my wife in 6 months. Nigga, been married for 5 years. You got a girl as a 2-year fiance. What does it take? You give a fucking Midas well, and you have you said you were spiritually.
2 years because I'm saving them to give her the wedding.
You said you were spiritually aware, right?
Yeah.
What faith do you follow?
Follow God. I'm not
Which
religious.
God? What's his name?
Yahweh. Most High Yahweh.
Okay. So you believe in the Son, Yeshua?
Of course.
So you living in fornication.
So let me just get this straight, right? So what he's basically doing, he's trying to say like, okay, well, the woman that I'm with, I married her directly in 6 months, basically out of meeting. Again, he didn't give any other, he didn't expound on how long that him and his wife basically knew each other prior. He just basically said that I met my wife, I saw her, and in 6 months I got married. Yo, that's great for you. Some people can sit up there and do that. When it deals with other people's relationships, like, yo, there are things specifically there. There are things specifically there. At one moment, it's like, yo, as a guy, you're like, yo, I really want to sit up there and get married to this woman. It's like, yo, let's sit up there and get engaged. And then between those times, you're sitting up there seeing like different things. And maybe it's like, yeah, you really do love this person, but you want them to sit up there and like really focus in and fix those things so that everything can be finalized. Like, that don't make no type of sense. It's like you can't compare the amount of time that it took you to somebody else's amount of time. Those are two different relationships. Maybe for this man here, his relationship, his woman is perfect. They don't have no issues. There's no type of like back and forth and everything in that nature. So that's good. That's cool. That's good on him. I'm glad and happy that he found a person that matched up with him. For other guys, it's different. Like, do people not understand that there are women out here that guys will propose to, that they're in a relationship with, that guys will sit up there and propose to, and that those women will sit up there and say that, yo, I'm not taking you serious. It's like, no, I don't want to get married. And then the guy will sit up there and just like repeatedly ask, and then finally the woman will sit up and be like, all right, yeah, I want to get married. But then you have somebody like this will pull up online, not knowing all of that, and will sit up there and say like, well, you're still to blame. I know you're not a good guy. You're making her sit up there and like wait 2 years. And in between that, they were talking. The guy was sitting up here saying like, yo, I'm saving up money for, like the wedding. Cause like I said, I don't know how he did his wedding with his wife, but standard issue, a lot of women out here, they want like this lavish wedding where it's like some, Disney princess type of thing. Like weddings are like 50 to 100 plus K for like one day, when that money could be spent and going directly into a house or buying up some land or something like that. Like it has to be the most extravagant thing. And that's not even mentioning the amount that a ring basically costs. because a lot of women, they're not about to sit up there and be taking like, you know, a small ring or a ring without a diamond directly on it. It don't matter if it's a diamond encrusted ring. A woman is not sitting up there taking no diamond encrusted ring. She's like, yo, if it don't got no diamond directly on there, it can have other things, but it better sit up to have a nice size rock directly on it, because that's proof that you love me. Because this is the amount of money that you spent on me, and I can show other people how much you basically love me. But I digress. Let's keep going.
So you living in fornication. So you living in fornication.
Of course.
Get your ass off my goddamn live. Nigga, you a hell spawn. You a hell spawn. Come up here talking about you been spiritually awakened and got a woman as a goddamn a 2-year fiance, nigga, and you just had sex yesterday, nigga. You are sinning. You love her. You claim you love her. You won't even take her to the courthouse.
Hold on, let me just speak on that real quick. The funniest thing is that you have women out here, you have guys out here that'll be like, yo, I would want to get married to you. Let's just go to the courthouse and make it official. And then, you know, after we, you know, save up a little bit of money, we can actually have the official wedding. A lot of women are like, no, I'm not getting married at a courthouse, and I'm not waiting to have the specific wedding that I have. If you can't get married to me with the ring that I want, if you can't get married to me and I can't have the wedding and the dress that I want, then we're not getting. You have a lot of women directly out here. Women ain't trying to roll up and get married to the courthouse. This ain't back in the day. This is not back in the day. Women ain't about to sit up there and wait for that. Women ain't waiting for that. They're not waiting for that. Let's keep going.
You won't even take her to the courthouse to get married. But you got her as a fucking 2-year fiance. And then later down the line, what you gonna give her? A motherfucking shut up ring? A might as well marriage ring? Huh? A might as well. That's what niggas be doing. Y'all will drag a woman through the mud and then give her a fucking ring way later down the line. Might as well marry her. She got my fucking kids. Might as well marry her. Can't find another fucking woman. Might as well marry her. She done been with me through hell and back. Might as well marry. I mean, she know me from inside out. She got my social security. Might as well marry. You niggas are time wasters. You niggas are fucking time wasters, nigga. And then you want to come up here saying you a good man? You ain't shit. You ain't shit. And you got the audacity to try to come up here and speak for good men. You got a high fucking body count. You 40 years old, still not married, and you living in fornication. Nigga, you a devil. Nigga, you fucking devil. Nigga, you a lie. Stop talking. It's never gonna be. Nigga, if I had to advocate for you, are you a good man? No. No. You're not. You're not a good man. And she got a dumbass man. That's what she got. She got a loser. Talking about some spiritual awakening. Where? Where? Wolf in sheep clothing. Wolf in sheep clothing. Fuck out of here, bro. Y'all. Hey, y'all niggas love lying, boy. I swear to God, y'all love lying. Y'all niggas love lying. Are you a good man? You ain't no fucking good man. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. When I was younger, I did that, and that was the thing to do. But when I got older, I became the same man that I was in the past.
Pandering, my boy.
Yeah. What's the definition of pandering? Nigga, didn't you get cheated on? That nigga got cheated on. I know you ain't a good man because good men don't get cheated on.
How do we get there? So good people don't get cheated on. Good men. I done seen a lot of divorce court. I've even watched some actual open discourse when it deals with men and women who are divorced and go into court proceedings, and it's over child custody. And the men will list things in the child custody that pertains to the reason of why it is that they are divorced and no longer a family. And the women that cheated never say that those men were not decent, good, or great men. They'll just simply say that they were bored. They'll just simply say that, he there was some things that just, were missing that he just wasn't able to do and all this other type of stuff. And in bravery sense, you got some women that will actually have the other guy somewhere in the background of the exact same call of the divorce proceeding, of which realistically you shouldn't even be there, or even in the court proceedings. But then you're going to sit up there and say that good men don't get cheated on. I'm not sure where the stats are directly on that, or where he got that information directly from. But that don't make any sense. That's like sitting up there saying that good women don't get cheated on. Everybody gets cheated on. like what are we sitting up here? You making it what? Bro, okay. All right. All right, let's keep going.
Cheated. That nigga left. That nigga left in 2 seconds. that nigga left in 2 seconds. D Jones, that's not cap. That's the truth, nigga. Good men don't get cheated on. I guarantee Russell will never get cheated on. Russell will never get cheated on. A nigga who pours into his woman and he doing what the fuck he need to do, and he don't put his job over his woman, right? He don't claim that he chasing money, because we know niggas ain't chasing money, because niggas is broke.
The reason I'm showcasing this is because the exact same talking pattern that he has, where he generalizes black men, because he's only talking about black men, is the exact same thing that I've showcased directly to you guys when it deals with black women on these social media platforms that want to talk about black men. And this is the exact same type of speech. It's like, yo, I got proof that y'all ain't this and that. Y'all ain't fathers. Y'all ain't providers. Y'all don't got no jobs. Y'all always broke. Y'all ain't got this. Y'all ain't got that. And I'm like, dog. And I keep trying to tell people, I'm like, no, you're going to have people out here that are like, all right, well, if you're going to say that I'm the worst of the worst, then I'm just going to be that. So at least if we're talking, like, you now at least have something factually present. I'm going to be every single thing that you say. That I keep trying to tell people, like, yo, words are a very powerful thing. Words are a very powerful thing. Like, it's a difference between him doing this versus when I done sat up there and had moments in live streams where I didn't have like dudes coming into the live stream wanting to say whatever it is that they want to say, and then I had to like go off and give that, specific critique directly in their direction, where it's like, all right, you want to start saying, let me give you some stuff that you need to hold real quick. Like I said, that's a vastly different thing. And I said, and I specifically state that directly in those live streams when those times actually happen and occur. Things like this, again, like I told people before, this is how people tend to monetize a lot of things. People know that they can make a lot of money by talking negatively about black men, and they know that they can get a lot of people to show up. Number one, fields of black women are going to be showing up. Fields of black women are going to be showing up, and they're going to be 1000% on board. And then you're going to have other black men that are directly out there that are going to pull up because they're looking at the generalization that is specifically there, and they'll be like, yo, like, what are we even talking about right now? But again, you need to have people who are intelligent enough not to be emotionally caught up when these conversations are happening. Just go by the words, go by your own actions, go by other men directly in the community, and so on and so on and so on, to validate and to list your point and your opinion. Because like I said before, what he's doing is like some reverse psychology. He's going to like say things in such a way in order to get a triggering response. Like I said, he's smart. He knows exactly what it is that he's doing in order to get people to come through. Like I said, I don't know how big his following is. He probably got like a huge following directly out there, right? But in order for him to get the people to come in, you have to put things out there that will trigger people. So that's exactly what he's doing. That's exactly why he has the thing titled exactly the way that it's titled, so that he can have those people come up, just like the previous live stream that I captured and I showcased to y'all. Let's continue.
All right, good men who prioritize their wife will not get cheated on, my nigga. Fuck out of here. Now, you know the number one cause of divorce is infidelity, right? You know, number one cause of divorce is infidelity. And guess who divorcing who? The women divorcing men. So guess who cheating? The fucking men.
But this is the thing that I want to specifically talk about, right? If we're going to basically say that, going by his words, he said that black men don't basically, they're time wasters. They don't get married to black women, right? Basically, in a sense, that doesn't exist. He's just one of the ones that actually got married. I don't know if he did say that his wife is black, right? So he got married to a black woman 6 months. Cool, no problem. But everybody else opposite of him, those men are time wasters. They don't get married to black women. Black women will sit up there and say that black men don't marry black women, don't date black women, and all this other type of stuff, right? Cool, fine. So if that is the case, then what divorce rates are we talking about? How are we going to sit up there and move the goalposts? At one point, you're talking about black men, but then in general, you want to sit up there and say men. What specific men are you talking about? Why don't you sit up there and say that you're talking about white men and white women and their divorce rates? Because if we're going by what it is that this man and many other black women state, black men don't get married. We're broke. We can't even afford to sit up there and do it. So we don't even have a divorce failure rate realistically. So you're looking at a whole nother demographic trying to slide that directly in here while your main topic point is black men this and black men that and everything about black men is negative. Some crazy work. But let's continue.
Good women get cheated on, nigga. Good women get used, abused, and good women get cheated on, nigga. All the time. Yes, I'm married. Yes, I am. I am married, nigga. Now what? Now what? My wife was just in here the other day, heard me fussing with some dude, and she called that nigga a rapist because he said that a man needs sex, and if a woman can't, you know, she needs to do that for a man. And shoot, if she can't get wet, then she got to put on some jelly because a man need that. My wife said that nigga a rapist. Had the whole live cracking up, nigga. Fuck you mean? Men need sex. Nigga, y'all niggas sound like some unhinged freaking fool. No, I don't want no kids. We don't want no kids, nigga. Like, why y'all keep talking about kids? Nigga, go get the woman first. Love the woman first. Y'all niggas always bringing up kids. Why y'all never, what about the single mother? So now y'all care about kids that I'm married, but what about when it's the single mother? Y'all don't give a fuck about her kids. Y'all say that she the problem with the kids.
So I want to sit up there and talk about this because he wanted to bring up single mothers. There are lots of black men directly out here who date single mothers, either knowingly or unknowingly. So let's not try to make it seem like black men are not out here dating women who are single with kids. And let's not act like those men are not contributing to that household. Women who are single with kids have been out there that they're able to lean directly on or get money or whatnot, whatever it is directly from, so that, you know, they can do whatever it is that they need to do before they actually use their own money. I've showcased videos like this about probably like 2, maybe like 3 years ago, where a woman was detailing these things and had a list of, you know, varying men that do a variety of different jobs, right? And if she needs something, she's going to call one of those specific guys. If she needs, you know, a mechanic, she got a guy she can sit up and call. One for plumbing, she got a guy she can sit up there and call. Somebody for groceries, she got a guy that she can sit up there. Like I said, those things are specifically out there. But I don't know. Let's keep going.
Niggas always bringing up kids when it comes to something else, but when it comes to the single mothers and all that shit, or she got a kid. When it comes to a married man that don't want no children, but do you have any kids though? Shut the fuck up. Do you have any fuck kids? Fuck them kids, man. Fuck them kids. Ain't that what y'all say? Huh? That's the black man image. Would you marry a woman with kids? Fuck yes, I would. What's the problem with that? Why wouldn't I marry a woman with kids? Appreciate the dinosaur. Why wouldn't I marry a woman with kids? That's still a woman. You probably can't. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, hey, somebody said I probably can't make one. Yeah, I got a low sperm count. I got erectile dysfunction. Whatever you want to project on me, just keep that as true. I got you, yo. Got you. We don't want kids, fam. I can't have one, y'all. Goddamn, my dick don't work. It don't work, y'all. Goddamn, man. Failed man right here. Shit, man. My shit. Woo, boy, that shit don't work. always saying some stupid shit. Anyway, you said you don't want none. I'm just trying to see how that lines up. You know what? For a group of men who want some kids, why they never there to take care of them motherfuckers? I'm trying to see how that lines up. Breezy. That's what I want to fucking know. For a group of men who leave their kids hungry and starving, they sure do be wanting some fucking kids to add on to the poverty rate.
That's some crazy work. You know, I could have sworn somebody brought up some stats where they said that kids that are raised by their fathers actually do better, or something like. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section. I've been seeing people talk about that, countless times. Because in a variety of instances, what I've noticed is that you will have women, and I've seen women on TikTok. I've seen women do GoFundMe's and things of that nature, and they will cry out to social media asking other people for help so that they can take care of their kids. That's a little bit weird because you got guys out here who are single fathers that are struggling, and they're not, out here trying to make a GoFundMe. They're not trying to make, YouTube and TikTok videos and talking about like, yo, I need help and this, that, and the third. Can you don't, guys will just sit up there and in a sense make it work. We'll just, make it happen. And just because guys say that they want kids does not necessarily mean that they need to automatically take care of somebody else's kids. I just want to make that very clear. I just want to make that very clear. I don't care who gets offended. Just because a guy says that he wants kids does not mean that he needs to automatically take care of somebody else's kids. Every man out here wants his own kids. They want somebody that's from his own DNA. He ain't trying to take care of somebody else's DNA. Understand me? Like I said, I don't care how nobody feels. Like I said, I feel as though that only men can only understand this because women don't know what this is. It's like women don't actually understand this part. Men want to take care of their own kids. If a man is single and he's saying that he wants kids, that is completely cool and fine. He has that ability to go out there and say that, along with the ability to not deal with a woman that has kids, because that's somebody else's responsibility. That is her responsibility. That is not his responsibility because he's single and he wants kids. Like, where we at? Where we at? Ty said research indicates that children with involved fathers tend to have better outcomes, such as higher achievements and fewer behavioral problems. The key is a father's active involvement, which can be developed through spending quality time, engaging in discipline with love, and other forms of engagement, regardless of the family structure. Yep. So, and again, I've sat up there and also given credit to the guys out there who want to be stepfathers. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of stuff to deal directly with. Just like it's a lot of work for guys who get full-fledged married to a woman that has, a whole army of kids that are not his. You got to deal with a lot of stuff. You got to deal with a lot of guys that are now going to be trying to intrude on that relationship. Just because they got kids, they feel like they still got rights to the woman, or to see her and have conversations and to try to do this, that, and the third, and all this other. Like I said, it's a lot. So that's cool. Like for him, he wanted to sit up there and say that, oh, like, of course I would get married to a woman who, who got kids. Why wouldn't I? Again, that's great for you. Maybe you are completely fine with dealing with all of the ignorance that will come directly with that. That is completely cool and fine. That is directly your own decision. For a lot of other guys, they opt not to do that. And they have that ability to do that. And that does not make them wrong for, for doing that. And it's crazy to sit up there and say that you got a lot of dudes that want kids, and all they doing is pretty much adding to like the poverty rate. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? It's like in a sense, it's borderline. It's like, all right, he's doing a whole thing of like an eye for an eye, right? But then at the same time, it's like the talking points that you would normally just hear specifically from women when it deals with only black men. And I'm like, so which one is it? I'm like, is this like a sarcastic, tongue-in-cheek type of like, okay, I'm just going to just automatically give you guys the same energy that y'all been giving black women, or is it something else? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Because niggas is broke. They want a broke lineage. That's what I want to know. I don't understand that shit. Bringing up kids, but won't take care of them bitches. Well, let me not call the kids bitches, but won't take care of them little motherfuckers. You feel me? I find that crazy. I find that crazy. Okay? These niggas hate kids so much that they happy that some single mothers won't have access to food stamps, but you was fucking a woman on food stamps. And are you happy that they're going to have to come back to the house, but you never wanted her to come back to the house to begin, or you never wanted to go back to take care of your kids to begin with? Let me show you an ugly ass nigga on screen. Let me show you what I'm talking about. You niggas talking about $40 for box. Look, this y'all image. This our cousin right here. Everybody got this our cousin right here. Food stamps is over. Coochie is going back to being $40 again. This the black man is a hoe.
So we're dealing with a specific demographic of which speaks like this. So just like I say to the women, instead of specifically speaking to the men that look like this and have that mentality, you want to just automatically drag all black men directly in here as if they are the same type, excluding yourself. You want to drag all black men in here as if they're just automatically that type, and the causation for that type of stuff. We also have the fact of that when it deals with the system, the back and forth with black men and black women, and the system and different things of that nature, what people want to sit up there and say online, you got people that want to decide to throw some jabs directly back, right? You've had women out here say like, oh, I don't, need a man because, government is going to, supply and give for me and all this other type of stuff and rah, 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 and all that other type of good stuff. You also got other women that sit up there and state that they don't need the father directly in the household, irregardless on how the man is, right? Don't need the father in the household. They can pretty much do it by themselves. Even if you got guys who are consistent, want to be consistent, that have been present, that show this by way of their actions, not just words, but by way of their actions. And somehow, some way, that still becomes a problem. And it's like, nah, it's not enough. Realistically, I don't want that. I'm going for, more child support and all this other type of stuff. Oh, wait, you moved on. You still want to be in a child's life. You moved on and you don't want to be with me or focus on me or even try to, get back together. Oh, I'm going for double child support. I'm going to try to take everything that you got in order. And on top of that, I'm going to use the kids as a chess piece. I'm going to move them like pawns on a board. So that just because I can't get my way with you, I'm going to make sure that you can't sit up there and see these kids. I'm going to make sure that you stay broken, destitute. I'm going to make sure that I have an impact, not just on your relationship with the kids, but on any relationship that you plan on having with any other woman, on top of maybe even wanting to specifically create a whole nother family. I'm not going to allow that to happen. I'm going to impede on that. Let's keep on.
I said the black man, hoe. Like that's what it is. That's the image of him. Everything come back to box. Let's go to this other one. Let's go to this other. Where's that other one that I got? This nigga. This ugly ass, and they always got fucked up teeth. That's the nigga right there. These niggas right here. Fucked up teeth. Fucked up teeth. And he always talk, hey man, food stamps going, hey man, price of pussy going down, man. They gonna have to depend on the man now, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, they taking away the food stamp, man. We in such a hard time, man. People going through it. But the price of, why the fuck would the price of pussy go down?
Well, I'm not sure if people remember, but Petridge Farm does. During the pandemic, the price for a lot of things went down. There were discounts during the pandemic because people did not have the necessary money. People did not have the funds. People had to stay away from one another. It was a scarcity directly out there. And there was a lot of discounts. You had a lot of women that were, going through some things. Now, on the other end of the spectrum, you then also had a lot of women who were on, OF and stuff like that. They were making fields of money because that just meant that there were more men in lockdown, and there were more men that were going to subscribe and look directly at whatever it is that, they were making film-wise. because they can't go nowhere else. They can't sit up there and go to any type of strip clubs or whatnot or whatever. They got to be directly at home. So a lot of women were sitting up there. I'm talking about some women making $200K per month. But no, the prices would actually drop when the economy is doing bad. Everybody is going to sit up there and feel it. So the prices will sit up there and actually go down. I'm not sure what he's talking about. He's like, yeah, wouldn't the prices go up? Nah, especially given this economy. No, the prices would be going down. They're going to have to, make those manageable. Like I said, there were fields of women directly out there that was running OF pages and everything of the sort. And they were sitting up there giving like a 30% off or a free trial or whatever it was in order to entice and to get men directly onto their platforms to view their content. I'm not sure if like I said, he's married. So he probably don't know nothing about that. He probably don't know nothing about that. And it makes sense he wouldn't, right? But again, they're these things do transpire and happen. You can look throughout history. No, it's not going to sit up there and just go up. Now, if the economy is doing good, if the economy is booming and everybody's making money, oh yeah, women can sit up there and put some prices directly out there, like 4 to 5, 800, but all right, I digress.
Anyway, like y'all, like they get the fuck out of here.
Also, I want to say your name should is it pronounced Joy Williams? Because I'm trying to pronounce the E directly in there, or is it Joey? Miss Williams. I'm just going to say Miss Williams. Miss Williams said that no other ethnicity has this conversation. This is embarrassing. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. It'd be like that. And again, I've tried to state this a variety of different times, but it is what it is. Well, I'll put it to you like this. Other people have these conversations, but they word it differently. So because the conversation is worded differently, you're going to have a lot of black folks out here not paying attention to it because it don't have nothing to do with them. So it's like, this is what they're talking about. This is the topic. Okay, I'm moving on. Let me doom scroll like 15 to 25 other videos and see what else somebody else got. Right. Most said 40 is such an insult. I mean, it'd be like that. You got to get it how you live. If you go to, a lot of these subscription services that women have, I mean, that's how much it basically costs per month. So, a lot of guys out there would basically equate that with the exact same thing for real life. I mean, you probably do got some women out there, that's probably strolling, that got some deals like that, 40, 80, 100, things of that nature. But, let's keep going.
Get the fuck out of here. And then you always got the worm with dreads. You always got the worm with dreads, right? You always got the worm with dreads. This nigga got on the internet talking about being a provider is a scam. Well, when the fuck were black men providers? Because they were always broke. If you want to talk about our history, brokenness, a lineage, a history of brokenness. Started off fucking slaves, came out, worked yourself up, was still getting scraps, but was working together. So you're still broke. You just broke together. And the same, guess what? You're still broke together now. When it comes to the bottom of the barrel, you're still at the bottom, nigga. You're still at the bottom. Y'all niggas want to call black women the bottom of the barrel, but you right there at the bottom with them, black man. You ain't improving. The fuck you talking about? Nigga, you at the bottom together. But these black men, start with these black men. Nigga, the planet would be safer without men on it. If you gave this whole world to women, nigga, the crime rate would go to 0. The crime rate would go to 0. What the fuck is you talking about? So when you want to talk about who better human beings, it's still women, nigga. Fuck you mean? Nigga, in every statistical category, nigga, a man at the top. Death, men. Disease, men. Life expectancy, loaded a motherfucker, men. Especially black men. Nigga, we barely living to the age of 50 now.
That's the only time I want to know to people. That's the only time that he said we. Out of all the things that he's been saying about black men in general throughout this portion of that live stream, this is the first time that he said we. I want people to pay attention to that. And it only specifically pertained to the life expectancy. When it dealt with anything else negative that he wanted to specifically speak on, there was no we. He's like, I can see the problem, but I'm not with y'all. There was no we directly in that. That is specifically y'all. He said if men were not even on this planet, the world would be a lot better place. You know, the thing that I've basically learned is that, like, what's the, like, Finding Nemo, like clownfish. Like when you have clownfish, when the main what is it, the male disappears? I forgot, but basically clownfish have the ability to change depending on what's going on or what is needed. A clownfish can change from male to female, female to male, in order to keep everything going, right? So just like that, when it deals with women, if you had the absence of men, you would then have to have somebody there in order to create a balance. You would have to have somebody there in order to emulate masculine traits. Like I said, go to lesbian relationships. All lesbians are not sitting up there feminine, wearing lipstick, wearing dresses, or looking girly or all this. Nah. You got a lot of them that are looking like guys. You got a lot of them that are sitting up there working out. A lot of them building muscle. A lot of them want to sit up there and carry guns. A lot of them want to sit up there and act the utmost. They take on the most negative personas of men. And then when we go into the stats, when it deals with the DV cases amongst lesbian relationships, it is sky high, sky high. But people don't want to talk about that. When you even have women amongst other women, they argue, they bicker, they fight. In extents, women do take other women's lives. I've covered videos and all types of stuff directly about that. But again, nobody wants to talk about that. Now, if you want to sit up there and state that, yeah, the world would be safer, as in the environment, there'll be, less pollution, right? You wouldn't have these towns, you wouldn't have these cities, you wouldn't have these homes, you wouldn't have nuclear facilities, you wouldn't have these wars. Yeah, no problem. You got it. But again, if you take men directly out of the spectrum and you just let the world be all women, you have to basically understand that you are putting women in a circumstance of which they're going to be directly out here with the wilderness. They're going to have to be the foragers, correct? They're going to have to hunt. So there's still going to be some type of killing taking place, which is by way of nature, because they're going to need to eat. They're going to need to hunt. They're going to have to do some deforestation in order to make the homes that they're going to, live in. I'm not sure who's going to be doing the woodworking and the carpentry and all of these other types of things if you were to take men directly. But like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. This can go all over the place.
Some of y'all so stupid, you don't want to go get your prostate checked when you're supposed to. And then you let something that you should have got checked affect your health down the line. When women try to tell your ass to go to the fucking hospital, you don't want to listen to them. Y'all always talk about the Bible. Shoot, I mean the Bible, it used a woman as the name of wisdom. It said wisdom came through a woman. So what you talking about? And then my thing about let's talk about black men. These niggas abandon the church. What be funny, bro? You know a nigga messed. I love Jesus, but let's talk about it. You know a nigga messed up when his username is BMPOV, which means black men or black male point of view. That's what that means. So he only cares about the black male's point of view. And you have these niggas manipulating scripture. Okay, look what he says: Christ, husband, wife, children. That's fine. I believe in that. You know what I also believe? Watch this, y'all. I'm about to read a verse that should scare these niggas. And then I'm going to switch the background. You know what? For these niggas who claim to believe in God and claim that they godly men, because a lot of you black men don't be godly men. They be devils. Right? God, these niggas that do this right here, these niggas right there, these black men right here, nigga, God go send them to hell. Listen to me. But if any provide not for his own, and especially for those of his own house, he hath denied the faith and is worse than an infidel. Infidel means unbeliever. So why you claiming to believe in God, but then you blaming these single mothers, and then some of y'all not taking care of your children, God gonna throw you in hell with the unbelievers. Because he's saying that he's going you worse than an infidel. He say you worse than an infidel. How you claiming to love the Lord but hate your kids? How you claiming to love the Lord but hate your kids? How you claiming to love the Lord but will shame these single mothers? And when you have the chance to help them, right? Instead of going to the man to tell him to be a better man, take care of his kids before he go to HE double hockey sticks, you want to defend the fucking man by putting up a stupid ass background such as this. Talking about it's her fault. But God.
So let me explain this to you, right? So I can at least speak from this standpoint, right? Where he wanted to say that a guy put up a picture talking about it's her fault that she got pregnant, and that the guy should specifically go to the man and tell him to be a better father. Let me just sit up there and tell you something. I've been through this. I had, when I was younger, I talked to a guy that was older than me. He was about 30 something. I think he was like 37, 38. And I was telling him that, yo, I don't really have nothing to do with this, but you know, if you actually want to see your kids, like I don't, you know, for me, I don't got no problem with that. I don't got no control directly over that. You know, kids need they fathers. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't find out up until later that she told me that dude already basically has 6 kids. Right. And like I said, a lot of women, when they mess with dudes, they know, you know, what a guy is, right? They specifically choose a guy. But I had a conversation with the dude, and again, I'm younger. I'm in my early 20s, right? This dude is like well into his 30s, almost touching 40, and he's trying to tell me like, yo, you know, I want to see my, you know, this that. I'm like, then you know, you might then go ahead and go see him or go through the course, whatever it is that you need to do. Like I said, I as a younger dude should not be in a sense having this conversation, but the same thing that I said up there and told her, I'm like, dog, why did you choose to be with this dude? Why did you choose to let this dude impregnate you? You know, like I said, all of these anything that I've said here, I've said this stuff directly in real life. Because if I mess up, people are going to make sure that I'm made to be accountable. And I'm fine with that, rightfully so. Cool. And within that exact same thing, I'm going to do the exact same thing for somebody else. It's like if I'm with you and we got to have this conversation, right? You everything is supposed to be, you know, out here open and all this other type of stuff, and we're there for growth and things of that nature. I'm going to sit up there and give you the critiques so that it's like, yo, you don't do this no more. It's like you don't go out here and get randomly like pregnant by some dude that already got a multitude of kids. You decided to run out. That's crazy to me. Like you opened up your body to this dude for whatever reason. And then you allow that dude to sit up there and get you pregnant, just like he probably didn't got the other 6 women pregnant at his age of like 37 to 38 during the time. Like, what are we doing here? And then I got to deal with a grown ass dude trying to sit up there and tell me like I want to see my kids. Again, he didn't really want to see nothing. More than likely, he wanted to try to see her because he knew that she was in a relationship and I was there. Because during the greater duration, he wasn't trying to. That was the last conversation that we had about trying to see anything. And that was for years. So, like I said, this is why I have a problem with a lot of these conversations where people want to start talking about this, where he's like, yeah, you need to, you know, a lot of these guys, before these dudes go to hell, you need to be trying to tell them to be better men. I was there, but I didn't just also give that same commentary to him. I gave this exact same commentary to her. Like I said, we're not doing that. I'm an equal opportunist out here. If both people are stupid, both people are stupid. I'm not easing up on nothing. And I care not if you're a woman or whatever it is. I'm not easing it. You do something stupid, you do something you wasn't supposed to do, I'm going to sit up there and let you know about it. Because obviously other people ain't going to sit up there and tell you. Other people ain't going to tell you that was a dumb decision. That was a stupid decision. It's like, all right, you stupid once, that's cool. Don't do it again. Like I said, that's crazy to me, dog. Like that is 100% ridiculous. That is crazy. That is 100% crazy. And then You got this dude up here talking about he's religious. All right, cool. But I could have sworn, like I said, I might have been away from the church for a while, but I could have sworn we had something in there like thou shalt not judge. Like we're not supposed to judge other human beings directly out here. We're not supposed to do that. Only God has the power to do that, right? God, Jesus, Holy Trinity, whatever it is, right? Has the power to do that. So it's like, how are you going to sit up there and it's like, all right, cool. You want to read from the scripture, but how are you going to sit up there and read from the scripture and then dictate that, yo, this is your judgment, your order? How are you going to do a judgment? Because I could have sworn somebody said in the final days when man is supposed to be judged, people are going to be waiting through the line, and you got the book of life or whatever it is that they're going to be directly reading from and letting you know everything that you've gone through in life. And if you're going to basically be going here or you're going to be going elsewhere. So it's like, how are you going to dictate? It's great. You know a scripture that you can go directly to, but how are you going to be like some type of final say so on where a dude is going? You don't know. You don't know. This is why I have a problem with folks who sit up there and say that they are so nigh-religious and all this other type of stuff. I'm like, y'all some of the most judgmental people directly up out of here. Like this is, like I said, there's a lot of reasons why you don't have black men directly in the church. And it's crazy to sit up there and try to clown black men for not wanting to be in the church. It's like, dog, if we know that something is, if you got thieves, living amongst people, why would you want to be there? If a black man is like, yo, they basically stealing and whatnot, they're just like regurgitating, they ain't really saying nothing, they ain't really moving nothing. It's like, yo, I'm not with this. I'm out. I'm just going to go focus and put my money in other places. How are you going to sit up there and try to clown those men for that? Because they don't want to be suckers. They don't want to get robbed. Because again, like I said, he can be a church going man, and that's completely great. Everybody's free to believe in and go to whatever it is that they want to go to. But at the end of the day, when it deals with the black community, how far has the church really progressed the black community at this moment in time? Because the last time I checked, and I want people to remember, go back to a lot of the protests that were going on about police shootings. Anytime that it looked like black people were going to have any type of anger, the church came up to pacify the situation. And there were certain times I gave y'all videos where the parents, you can visibly see that they're shaking and that they are angry, and the church was right behind them. And after that parent spoke, we want to put out there that what happened was a terrible thing, but we are not asking for violence. We don't want anybody to do vigilante justice. We don't want anybody to do that or to do that. We're going to put it in God's hands, and we're going to put it into the hands of the court and the system to do what it is that is supposed to be done, to give and to deliver this family justice. We ask everybody to bow their heads and pray for this family at this time of need. Right? That's the type of thing that the churches tend to do. They want to pacify the black community. But when it deals with any other community, it can be like Asians, it can deal with white folks, it can deal with whoever. I never see the church coming out in full force trying to pacify any of those other groups. But when it deals with the black community, they always make sure to have a pastor there. They always make sure to have the church a part of a situation. It's crazy how that works. But it be like that. So now at this moment in time, you have black women that basically run the church. They facilitate, they run the church, they donate to the church, they give their time and their energy directly to the church. Those black women are making a lot of these black male pastors rich and multimillionaires, while they as black women are receiving nothing in return for all of that money. Like I said, show me some pastors, show me some rich black pastors out here that are preaching to black women that have made black women multimillionaires, that have made black women richer than them. Show me that. I'll wait. Show me the multitudes of that flock that they have specifically made all of these black women multimillionaires, richer than the pastor and the church themselves. You can't, and you will not. Because there can only be one king when it deals with that church. And we ain't talking about God, and we ain't talking about Jesus. The king is the only one that gets worshipped. The king is the only one that has a stage. The king is the only one that gets idolized. The king is the only one that has the finest suits, clothes, throne, and whatever it is that you want to. The king is the only one that has women of the flock throwing themselves directly at him. The king is the only one that has to fight off temptation because there are women out there, regardless of if he's married or not, they're throwing themselves directly at him. And again, we're not talking about God. We're not talking about Jesus. So again, I'm just trying to figure out what good would it be for black men at this moment in time to be a part of a church of which is not for them and about them and not trying to help them progress anywhere. You're better off just doing it by yourself. It wasn't that a quote that black women would sit up there and say at a moment in time that I can do bad all by myself. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if a black man is going to do bad, he can do it by himself without the church. He don't need somebody else extra being in his pockets. Just saying, but let's keep going.
Got more smoke for the nigga who abandons his fucking child. Why won't you talk about that? God got more smoke for the niggas who abandon their children. 1 Timothy 7 through 9. But y'all always want to use the scripture. But God gonna throw you in HE double hockey sticks playing with his name. Playing with his name, fam. Talking about Christ. When the last time you went out and spread the gospel? When the last time you fed the poor? Appreciate it. When the last time you did that? Huh?
Tibby, I'm with you, but specifically from my example, because I think that's the one that you're referring directly to. I'm going to be hardest on the person that I am directly closest to and near, and that I know the direct most about. I can have smoke directly for the Father, and that I did, but there's very little I can do with that. Like me sitting up there having energy is not going to make him want to be a father. The only thing that I can specifically do is, during that time, make sure that, everything was fine and dandy on, that side. Again, had a conversation, and that was pretty much it. Really, I didn't want to have another conversation with him because it didn't make no sense to, because I'm like, you're close to 40. I'm not even sure why we're even having this kind of, like, we're not even in the same age range. Like this is comical. But because me and her were in the same age range, I'm looking at her like, yo, what are you doing? Why would you do this? Why would you allow yourself? Why would you give yourself over to a person of such character? And normally when I sit up there and ask women like that question, I don't really get a response. Or the type of response that I would get is like, well, I was young, or this, that, and the third. I don't got no time for that. We all know wrong from right. I done told y'all a multitude of stories here that when I was 19, I sat up there and had dealings with a woman that was in her 30s. And that was by my own admission. That was something that I specifically wanted to sit up there and do. That was something that I sought directly out. So I know that she sought him directly out. I know it. And I'm talking about from the example that I'm basically sitting up there giving. So again, I'm going to, if I am in close proximity, if I know you, if we are in a relationship or friends, I'm going to be the hardest on the people that I love the most. There's only so many things that I can sit up there and say to a random dude directly out here that I don't know. There's only so much. I'm not about to sit up there and really say that much, because the end result, which a lot of the end result, which he's not talking about when he's talking about like, yo, man needs to have all of this smoke. The end result of you trying to go back and forth and trying to force somebody to do something is that people are going to start to get into a fight. Is going to cause like an argument, and then chances are somebody's going to lose their life, or everybody's going to lose their life. So it's like you have to sit up there and figure out like, yo, is this a battle that is actually worth it? Or should I just like manage what it is that I can manage as the guy that I am at this? You manage what it is that you can manage. Because he was the same person within this live stream that was sit up there talking about the life expectancy of men, more specifically black men, is very short. And the reason that is because a lot of people don't know how to mind their business. I'm still alive because I managed to mind my business. I pick and choose my battle. Shout out to my mom. That is the main quote still to this day that she tells me is like, hey, you pick and choose your battles. Every battle is not worth fighting. And she has been 100% correct and on the money. Every battle is not worth fighting, because I can promise you, if I tried to fight every battle, I would not be here talking right now. So trying to have smoke for every single dude directly out here, that's a whole, another type of war. That's a war that you're not going to win. What it is, that if you're a man that actually cares and you're with a woman, then you just manage that situation as long as you can, or as long as you're basically together. That's what you're supposed to do. You can't force a dude that doesn't want to be there to basically be there. I'm not sure, and I'm not understanding why it is that people get online and they make it seem like you can just do it. That's not something that you can do. I've been there. You cannot. Like, it's crazy. Like that to me, that is diabolical. Diabolical. But let's continue.
When the last time you went out and loved on somebody? Fuck nigga. When the last time you had a positive message about the women who give birth to you? When the last time you did that? Little nigga? When the last time y'all did that, bro? Ain't been a minute, huh? But yet somehow you living Christ-like. Nigga, you ain't living Christ-like. Nigga, some atheists are better than your niggas. And you doing a disservice to the Lord, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna go to hell. God not playing with you, and you disrespecting what? Nigga, Jesus loved women. Punk ass boy. It's only a few verses. It's only a few verses, right, that talk about women specifically. The rest of the Bible talk about how trash men are. You want to say mankind? That's fine. But he's specifically speaking to men every time. Men. Because even he's saying it starts and ends with men. Bro, crime starts and ends with men. It starts and ends with men. A better world starts and ends with men. If men do better, the world would be better. If you take men off the planet, the world would be better, nigga. The world would be better, nigga. Because I promise you, when you want to talk about who being better human beings, women's whole history, bro, has been nothing but victims. They've been a victim to a man every time. The men in their family, they freaking boyfriends, the dude who lying. Y'all talk about choose better men. Huh? Choose better men. Where are the better men? Because y'all all come in with a lie. I promise, baby, I'm not going to treat you wrong. I'm going to love you for life. Next thing you know, you done got her fucking pregnant. You done messed up her whole goddamn mindset. And then you wonder why, nigga, women are justified in hating niggas, nigga. Women are justified. Nah, I shouldn't say hatred, but yeah. Women are justified in strongly disliking you niggas. What you mean? They very justified. Your daddy was trash.
So pretty much, it was going to go into the exact, same thing. And again, he's talking about black men, even though he's, flopping over to the other side of trying to say men in general. No, you're just talking about black men. You can't really listen and talk about other groups of men, because again, that's not going to make you any money. That's not going to get you anywhere at all. And it's probably going to sit up there and get the sound cut directly off of the feed because you're on TikTok. This is why you see a lot of folks out here, they specifically, if it's not black men, they'll sit up here and just say men in general. The only ones that they will tend to, specifically state, again, are black men. Just like the image that you see directly there, and how it is that he's framing it, and how it is that he's going on, directly about it. The way I like to look at things, as I've stated before, that you got good black men, you got good black women, and you got trash black men, and you got trash black women. That's the way I've talked about it. That's the way I look at it. I've listed some positive videos, but you don't really see much of positive videos, because irregardless on how many people, and I like saying the word irregardless on if it doesn't exist or not, don't care. Irregardless on people that say that they specifically want to see it, the numbers don't show it. Because when positive videos do show up, people don't flock directly to those. When negative videos show up, people will flock directly to that in an influx. they'll start threads, they'll start talking and doing all of these other things. So, like I said before, people ain't really into the positive stuff as much as they say that they're into positive stuff, because more people are into drama and gossip than a lot of positive stuff. And that's just a fact. Like I said, look at a lot of these platforms and a lot of negativity that they spend and the narratives that they create that are negative and that are hurtful. And look at how many people go directly to those. But look at the platforms out there that are positive, where it's family oriented, where it's nothing but happiness, rays of sunshine, and cherries and rainbows. And notice you don't see consistent views. You don't see influx of views. You don't see people wanting to make threads and do this and do no. People not trying to share experiences and tell their stories like, oh, I remember this happy story that I have. Let me share this. No, people want to sit up there and trauma dump. People want to sit up there and share their trauma with other people so that it can become a large trauma echo chamber. Like I said, it's crazy. Diabolical. Let me see. Yusuke, what is up? You said it's easier to attack men who have no power over men who do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let me just normally what I sit up there and say is that it is up to the mods to have conversations directly with people. B Morris, I'm not sure exactly who you're specifically referring to as a simp. I'm a little bit confused directly on that. For the simple fact that Tippy is a woman. So simp does not work when it deals with that. I'm not sure. Oh well, D Money sat up there and got him out of there. It'd be like that. I keep trying to tell people like, yo, I leave it up to the discretion of the mods to to have conversations or to pack people up. Because in a lot of instances, when I see a lot of back and forth, I'm like, okay, well, they're having a conversation. People are just disagreeing. All right, cool, fine, no problem. I'll just carry on what I normally do. But hey, it'd be like that. Yusuke said that the dude got banned, but he was referring to the guy in the video. That's tough. That is tough. Gangster Buffy said that's not true. I find that more white women want to be black. Wait, I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. No, I'm not even sure I even got there. Wait, B More said we can't fight a war, we will lose. We try to reach these women and tell them to stop following the white man. Black men have came to try to awaken this black woman to the white man, and she still chooses the white man because yeah, I'm not. I just see that dude just consistently talking about like white men. I'm like, I'm not. I'm not sure if like somebody cheated on you with a white dude. I'm not sure what it is, but the fixation is a little bit crazy. I can see certain things, but we're just on the focus. We were on the focus. Well, when he was here on the video, specifically what the guy here was referencing and stating. Yo, Lamiko, what is up? What is up? What is up? Said Seji and B1 Warriors just checking in. How long have you been on? Been going on for about like 3 hours and 7 minutes actually. 3 hours and 7 minutes. It doesn't technically feel like it. Let me tell you, it does not feel like I've actually been doing this for 3 hours. Does not feel like it. Maybe I should have actually put that we were going to cover more stuff here, but I feel like both of the videos fit within the exact same parameters in a sense. Let me see. I'm just looking at some numbers in the. Oh, we also got Gnome. Yo, what is up? What is up? What is up? Yeah, Gnome in the background. We had Gnome directly in there. What is up? What is up? Yeah, I'm just sitting up here looking at these numbers real quick in the background. Also, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to those in the comment section that are part of the live stream. Much love. And also, I do got videos that will be posted as well. Oh, we actually did fairly well today. Had about a good 8K pulled up. That's crazy though. We got 8K people that pulled up, but only 88 likes. That's diabolical. Actually incorrect. Had about like 14K people that pulled up, and we only got about like 88 likes. That's diabolical in nature. Let me tell you something. Diabolical. Gangster said I was commenting on what somebody said. Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, because that comment threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. Like, yo, how do we get here? I'm like, that threw me off. Shy, what is up? What is up? You said the woman hating men to chat hit dogs with Holloway. I'm a little bit. Wait. The woman hating men to chat hit dogs with Holloway. Okay, I guess I think what you said. I guess you might be referring to this video here that we were going over. I guess maybe that's what you were referring to. I guess. D Money said he called Tippy a simp. Yeah, that don't even make any type of sense. Like Tippy is a woman. Like that doesn't even work. Nobody has ever referred to like women as like simp. Like like what the like yo, what is even going on? Like I said, that's great. Like I said, Tippy, I keep telling you, like at a moment in time that conversations start going, certain areas or whatnot, woman as a moderator, you can clearly sit up there and just you know get people on up out of there with no problem. You only got to feel bad about it. Like I said, that conversation is primarily happening between y'all, and like I said, I ain't read through the whole thing though. What do you say? So a woman that's messing up this place. The woman around here. Well, wanna. This one messing up. Lamiko said, "Damn, I missed the good stuff." I mean, we got some playback material up there. Someone said I've been picked on and haven't done anything. Tippy said he didn't mention white men being the problem. Yeah, yeah. He was just mentioning. He was basically saying that black women are, just specifically listening to white men following. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's like I can technically see some stuff, but I'm like, dog, you're going about this weird. I'm like, you can move past the whole thing. Then like white dudes, we're not even talking about that. Like we're fixated just on the videos that we have directly here. I'm not sure how you even try to move the conversation on to that whole thing. That probably would have been a comment for, maybe some live streams ago, several live streams ago. This ain't it. This is not it. D Money said, but if a woman wants to sit behind me, I won't complain. This man. Shy said we're called to chat. Excuse the typo. Okay, so you said, wait, let me go back up. You said the women hating on men were called to chat. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I had to go back up there. Yo, we got brother Exile in the building. Got a brand new member. Much love, respects, and appreciation. Good sir. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Got brother Exile in the building, man. Just popped up on the scene. Was like, yo, I got you, Seji. Wow. It's like, let me drop this membership real quick. Much love, brother. Much love, much love, much love. Much love, respect, and appreciation, good sir. Hopefully your day is going, pretty good. Not sure if you might be at work or not. Not sure, but hopefully work day and everything is going great. You go home to and from the same way that you left, which is alive, well, and safely. Well, I should have said it backwards, but y'all know what I'm saying. Mo said, "Got to get rid of these 6 cats before a man marries you." Tippy, this man. D Money said, "Black boys bullied you on the plantation." Tippy, wait, what did Tippy say? Tippy said, "What was it? I know I want to hear him out. I want to hear him out first. I give people a chance, but he failed." Tippy said, I've been bullied by black boys in school. I still want to marry black men. Where did D Money get the plantation from? That's crazy. That's diabolical. This one Tippy up here laughing. Be more said, I didn't know Tippy was a woman and y'all blocked me. That's the problem. I mean, it's up to the discretion of the moderators. Like I said, I'm not really paying attention to the chat. I'm more so tunnel vision, just focusing in on the topic and specifically what's going on in my own thought process. So yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. But again, if you happen to be speaking to the moderators and they feel a certain type of way, they can decide to do it. Tippy allowed you to sit up there and talk. We got guys who are part of the channel, because let me make this very clear. The greater majority of my moderators that are on this channel are black women. Make that very clear. And then the other side of the moderation are black men. So that's how that works. I don't know what else to sit up there and tell people. Tippy said, I don't have a pet, just a dude named Kong who cleans my garden. What? 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 Oh, Yasuke said dog got banned again. That's crazy. It'd be like that though. Brother Exile said, what is up, pimping, in respect to the room? Nothing much, man. We were just, going over some videos. I'm pretty sure you would have, been entertained by the conversation. You would have been entertained by the conversation from both videos that I actually had posted. Because like I said, some of the stuff that, people be saying, I'm just like, dog, what are we doing? But again, I get it. When people are doing this type of content creation, they got to do stuff in order to, get people, directly into the chats and the streams. They can't just talk and just, have things happen. You got to rile, some, ruffle some feathers, as people like to say, and things of that nature. Yo, Pink, what is up? What is up? What is up? Pink said, what did I miss? So originally, Pink, we talked about the woman that you see in front of you. We talked about the portion of her live stream that was about like a 30-minute clip that we had directly up there, and it went over a few different comments from people in the comment section that basically disagreed. So the top part of the title, which you can't see right now, let me see if I can maybe do this. Nope, still can't see it. Can we do it like that? Nope. So basically what it says is that men are the problem, right? It's a generalization basically saying that men are the problem, and she did it that way in order to get those who disagree to come in and to have the conversation. She did not want specifically people who agreed to be there. She didn't have the energy. She was about 2 to 3 people came in and basically said that they agreed. She was like, oh, okay, that's great. So do we have anybody that disagrees? Right? She's specifically looking for people who disagree. And the main parts that I pointed out to people was how it is that she treated each demographic. One demographic was white, and the tone and the words were vastly different, right? The energy was different, no matter how those guys were acting towards them or bringing any type of aggression. But when it specifically dealt with anybody that was perceived to be black or was black, the energy was different. Again, like I said earlier, I'm not talking about the 2 clowns that came up there and just doing a whole bunch of stupid stuff, being emotional. I'm not talking about that. Like I said, I don't know. Those are throwaways. I don't know who they are, right? Straight clowns, right? But more so for the one guy from the UK, you can tell by his voice he was melanated. And he specifically asked the woman, he was like, yo, so what does the topic mean that, men are the problem? She basically sat there in silence, rolled her eyes, had an attitude, and was like, well, is English your first language? Right? So you should be able to read it and understand what it is and da-da-da. And all this. But yet she wants to have a conversation. I've seen a lot of people that wanted to debate out in the open. And if somebody came up and posed that exact same question, they would expound. They would explain it to that person so that they would understand it, so that they could understand, get the framework, and they could, drop a concept of what their opinion is specifically about the topic. She didn't want to do that, but yet she wanted to have open dialogue and a conversation. The last commentator that was there that came up, he was respectful, and he also tried to see it from both sides, or at least agreed when it dealt with the comments that she was making. And he then, along with agreeing, tried to point out certain things and try to formulate a middle ground. on that platform dealing with those women there. They were not looking for a middle ground. So this is why the woman that you see here, and also one of the moderators that are directly to the right side of the screen, they started interrupting him. They started being rude. They started being disrespectful. They started throwing any types of jabs. They started doing any and everything possible in order to throw him off, in order to have a catalyst there to formulate a cause, right? Because they wanted him to act a certain type of way in order to prove the point or the narrative. And when the main woman that you see here could not get that, the energy was deflated. Like the energy just was not there, because it was like, it's too much agreeing, it's too much middle grounding, it's too much of you seeing where it is that I'm coming directly from. I'm not trying to hear, I'm not trying to sit up there and see it. And even after he left, in respect, like let me just replay that last part. Let me see, is this the part?
That was the most.
Yeah, let me just replay this.
But a soldier is something different.
Yeah. No, yeah, that makes a really good point. I never really thought about it like that. It's want to be all soft and stuff, and then like you have other men that's attacking you like on a regular. So you just it builds like your character, like, or what you deal with every day. But at the same time, like I also know a lot of good men they don't let nothing happen to women and kids, or they won't even like, that's not, fair game. That's never been fair game, women and kids. But I'm not saying it doesn't happen though either. So you gave me some things to look up later. I'll definitely do my research.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming out.
No, thank you. Peace.
That was the most normal interaction today.
Can I just really quickly
Right. So like I said, just even with that part, it was like she couldn't even do anything. The interaction was, in a sense, just like middle ground or positive. She didn't even know what to do with that energy. She couldn't even do anything. She had to look to the side. She was like, that was just the most positive. Like I said, she tried to have an attitude when he said, like, hey, thanks for your time, whatnot, or whatever. Okay, thanks. Like she brother. Like I said, stuff like this is just annoying. And this is what I try to show off to a lot of people when I sit up there and state that women like this have a preference. And again, like I said before, I don't really care. It's cool. You got a preference, no problem. But it's like, why stay focused? Or why try to interact or bring in dudes that you know that you're not even focused in on or looking for, and all these other types of things? Why bring in guys that you know that even if they show you a modest amount of respect, why bring them in there so you can formulate a type of disrespect, or that you can try to, cause them to act outside of themselves? Like I say, I've always said that was like, it was weird to me. It was always weird to me. Crazy work. Brother Exile said 2025 has been a rough year. A lot has happened. The reason for me being, no problem. It's all good. Like I said, I've repeated myself twice. This is why I always sit up there and say that, when it deals with y'all being, my moderators directly here, I love y'all a lot. Care for y'all a lot, even though D-Money always gets on me. He was like, yo, man, he's always calling me beautiful. I say this to, any of the black folks directly out there, beautiful people. I take it directly from Muhammad Ali, and things of that nature, and James Brown, stuff of that nature. But like I said, I love and appreciate, you guys, and I do, value your time, and the time that y'all, bring directly to the channel, and put directly in, because the chats and stuff would be highly chaotic. It would be highly chaotic, if you guys, weren't here, because you guys actually see stuff before I see it. So yeah, I appreciate that a lot, and again, when it deals the, donations and other contributions, directly to the channel, I appreciate and value that a lot, immensely. Because again, you guys, I don't care if it's even like 50 cents. That's 50 cents that you could probably be, putting towards like a bill or whatnot, whatever. But you're like, I got you. Let me, just throw this your way, because, just because. So, I'm highly appreciative of any and all the stuff that y'all have done throughout the years. So yeah. Let me see. Brother Exile said likes James Brown and JB's. I'm back. I'm back. Yep. Official Essential said listening to parts only takes things out of context. Official also said that she was intriguing. Paula Jordan said we love you, black men. At least I do. Third said she was disappointed that she couldn't get an argument. I have known women like that. Official said I'm not understanding what your gripe is. Paula Jordan said black men need help also emotionally and financially. Um, Brother Exile said trying to establish a relationship nowadays is applying for a second job. Pink said I'll be watching the replay. Good news. I finally got my laptop. Hey, congratulations. That means that we'll see you on some PC gaming. Okay. You gotta well in the Discord, drop your whatever your Steam sorry, can't get more. Sorry. Drop whatever your Steam name is so that I can add you up there. I try to add y'all on all the platforms. So just drop that, or I'll probably just write it to you on IG and just tell you to drop it to me there or whatnot. But the Exile said trying to establish a relationship nowadays is like applying for a second job. Pink said I'll be watching the replay. Right. Central said you said, what is the purpose of this channel? Wait, I'm a little bit confused. I mean, well, this channel basically covers a lot of things. When I happen to do live streams, that's more so, engagement, entertainment for those directly out there. Sometimes I got folks that are a part of the channel that are at work. So sometimes I might happen to do a 3, 4, 5, maybe an 8-hour live stream. So that helps people go throughout their work, period. I also, again, engagement wise, I respond directly back to the comments from people in the comment section. Rare few times I may have people drop directly in to give their vocal opinion, depending on what the topic is, or if I feel that people can actually manage, themselves properly. Because like I said, when you happen to allow people directly on here, people will act however it is that they want to specifically act and not show respect to the platform or the people that are specifically there. But yeah, I cover a lot of things, social, political, and community, things of that nature, dealing with the black community and many other communities directly out there. Most said the purpose of this channel is to do the Lord's work. That's facts. Official says some men love big women. What does her weight have to do with her point of view? Okay, so you said that basically the clip that I gave you was like out of context, right? So cool, no problem. So in order for me to showcase the disrespect that was taking place, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to speed it up. I think right there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play it from the 24-minute mark, right? I'm going to play it from the 24-minute mark so that official can understand what it is that I was referring to when I meant the disrespect that was happening to somebody who was being respectful to the host, the moderator, and the platform, right?
Was 30 something. Like, is this what?
39.
Yeah, is this what we're doing now? Is this what we're doing now?
I mean, this is the prompt. Like, that is the point of the prompt. Like, to get up here as a whole 38-year-old, that's
kind of scary. I ain't gonna lie. But how are you doing? Nice to meet you.
okay. Thanks. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. All right. So I kind of agree. I don't. 29 now. 29.
Okay.
Yeah. So I agree with you. Sorry to cut you off. I was gonna say I agree.
You're on teacups. Okay, go ahead.
All right, cool. I was gonna say, yeah, the same way we commit the most like crimes and atrocities, it's to other men. So it's like, how does that really affect you if majority of the crime is to other men?
I'm not saying like, well, one, crime is wrong. Two, men also unalive other women, like other unalive women. They harm children, they harm animals, they harm the planet. So I don't know why it's okay for men to harm other men. Like, why is that like an acceptable form of violence or crime, or
Oh snap! Shout out to Mo. Let me highlight Drega 001001. You said this is a misandrist, divester, or something. Now the craziest part is before I continue directly with her clip, because Drega, shout out for the $2 dono, much love, respect, and appreciation. The funniest thing that I listed to you guys earlier was that one of her moderators sounded very familiar. Like there are certain voices that I just know, like automatically. And the voice of one of her moderators sounded very similar to a voice that I heard in another video. And I played that video. And that video was basically of a woman, quote unquote, black woman, who was stating that it is very masculine to see white men manhandling, beating, and taking the lives of black men on film. And all the other women that were there, that were audibly, they all agreed. And I'm like, wow. I'm like, this is where we are. I'm like, this is how far gone we basically are at this moment in time, right? So, for me, I'm guessing yes. I'm guessing yes, and I'm also looking by way of how it is that they specifically decided to the reactions that they had to quote unquote black men that pulled up to the stream, right? So this is one black man that is there that's talking, and we're going to look at the facial expressions, the body language. We're also going to listen to what the other female moderator is going to say, right?
Because that's terrible. Like men attacking and hurting each other is not okay.
Right, right. And I agree with that. Yeah, men shouldn't attack other men, but like we're raised as soldiers, so we like expected. So being raised as like a you're not raised to not be a soldier. Yeah, I'm telling you, as a man, you guys haven't been raised as a man in America, but as a man growing up, let me finish, please. As a man in America, you raised as a soldier mentality.
Okay.
So boom, let me just finish, please. Right, I'll let you guys finish. Can I finish?
No, because that's
He's a
ridiculous.
no limit soldier.
If you let me finish my sentence, you'll actually be able to hear the context.
I know the context because this is not the first.
You don't know what I'm gonna. What was I gonna? Nah.
So let me just pause it because he was having like some connection problems. Want to give another shout out to Drega 001 said, I think I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I think it should be the one in the middle. That has like the 26. That's right next to, she's in the middle, but she's right next to the moderate. I mean, to the main host, like right next to her face. Yeah. But again, you can clearly see that he's trying to explain. He said it multiple times. He was like, "Can I explain? Can I finish? Can I finish making my point?" And they're just both interrupting for no reason. You heard the moderator, I'm a no limit soldier, right? Throwing jabs, trying to throw shots. You hear her, you can see her facial displeasure in the comment. You can see her like, I'm not about to listen to this. I'm about to tell you what it really, you can't have a conversation if you're going to try to dictate what it is that somebody can say. Like that don't make any type of sense. Then you're not actually looking for a conversation. You already got pre-written whatever it is that you find to be agreeable. But let's continue. Let's just.
Well, yeah. Anyway, so boom.
He said, "I am on the battlefield for my Lord."
So you said, "Oh, men attack women and children." When you sing while I'm talking, that's crazy. But anyway,
because
if you
you're
want
being
respect, you have to give respect, right?
Raised as soldiers. Y'all barely know your fathers. Nobody's raising you as soldiers.
Oh no, I know.
See how that works? So again, like going over this before, I'm probably going to make this into like a solo video just for like this part of the video because like I said, notice how she was all happy and chipper when she was trying to make fun and trying to get him to like act outside of himself, trying to make him not be respectful, trying to make him call them like all types of B's and H's and all. Like I said, the moderator, she knows what she was doing. She was trying to get him to act a certain type of way. She was trying to get him specifically to act a certain type of way, and she wasn't acting the same type of way when it was white men on the screen. She wasn't doing that. And then notice how she got bass in her voice. Right? When she wanted to throw shots, she got bass in her voice, right? Now she got a tone. And then when it dealt with him calling her up like, yo, you sitting up here singing like while I'm trying to talk is like, is wild and crazy. She was like, yeah, well, because such and such and such and well, realistically, you guys don't even know your fathers. I'm like, dog, what did you drop? Why did you drop what happened to like the whole feminine tone that you had? Why did you drop that some octaves down? Why are you trying to throw shots? Why are you trying to make it seem like he's a statistic? Because what? He's a black male, so he doesn't know his father. He grew up in a single parent household. Let's continue.
I know my father. My mom and dad were married. You know, they still are actually.
Look at the
I'm not
silence.
talking about you specifically. I'm talking about a lot of men.
The
Their
thing
fathers.
that's
Yeah, you're
frustrating
right.
about that. The thing that's frustrating about
Notice that when she got called out again for the second time, and there was no way that she could scoot away from it. Notice how her voice lightened up. Well, actually, I wasn't actually talking about you, and rah 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 rah. And then this is when the main host, she wanted to pop in and she wanted to be like, oh well, this is the thing. This is how about you actually call out your moderator for acting like doing some clown work? How about you actually call out the moderator for over talking this dude and trying to throw shots and jabs when there was no, like, the dude, he's not being disrespectful. He's agreeing. He literally said that he came in there and was like, yo, I agree. And that's not even enough. Him agreeing and trying to see it from your perspective, your point of view, that's not even enough. Let's continue.
that is when men say things like that. A soldier is a job. They're like men actually, if men were raised as soldiers, they would not need to go to boot camp if they actually enlist in the military. They would not need to be trained because they would have already, I'm still speaking, because they would have already been trained to be a soldier. Like if boys are going through training to become soldiers, then they would not need to ever have to go through like the police academy, to go like through any type of training, like at Quantico for the FBI. I mean, like they'd already know most of it. Like maybe they need specialty training for a specific job or function, but they wouldn't actually have to do most things. And then women who are in those fields would need much more training because they were not trained as soldiers.
Right. That's a good point.
So that's why it's like when you guys say stuff like that, like it's kind of like, what are you talking about? Because that's not true. I'm not saying that boys aren't taught to like repress their feelings and fight over like, turn verbal arguments into physical altercations to settle disputes, or they're told to be more rough and toughen up, suck it up, don't cry, like all of that stupid stuff. I'm not saying that doesn't exist. That is not a soldier. That's like somebody who's been taught to repress their emotions that then causes other problems later down the line because that's not healthy. But a soldier is something different.
Yeah. No, that makes a really good point. I never really thought about it like that. It's want to be all soft and stuff, and then like you have other men that's attacking you like on a regular. So you just it builds like your character, like or what you deal with every day. But at the same time, like I also know a lot of good men they don't let nothing happen to women and kids, or they won't even like that's not fair game. That's never been fair game, women and kids. But I'm not saying it doesn't happen though either. So you gave me some things to look up later. I'll definitely do my research.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming out.
Thank you. Peace.
Like I said, even with him agreeing, even at the end, she still had some type of attitude. When he was sitting up here saying, like, yo, I see what you're saying, where you got men out here doing this, that, and the third. Yeah, you're right on that. You're right. You do got men out here. But you also, in the same coin, on the flip side, you got men out here that, they'll step to any dude out here that's trying to sit up there and come after family, that's trying to come after, women out here, that's kind of trying to come after children, the elders, and different things of that nature. And this is when you saw her quietly having a face and just looking around, because she was trying to figure out something to say or waiting for something for him to say so that she can jump on it. It was nothing that she can jump on. Like the dude came as evenly as possible, trying to point out like both sides to like everything. And again, all he got was disrespect. He got disrespect from when he first showed up. He got disrespect to when he left. And no apologies given. Like I said, that's crazy to me, man. Like that is diabolical. Wait, huh? Brother. Yo. wait. How do you go from at one point you was like she was disrespectful, but how can we help the black community by putting people down? I didn't put nobody down. I'm a little bit confused. I didn't actually put anybody down. And then you said that is irrelevant to providing godly solutions. And then you said that he is interrupting her because she is speaking way above his understanding. After that, you said, exactly, men are always quick to attack women. Next, under that, you said, why haven't you attempted to understand anything positive you can say about the lady? I just want to note that, you came into a live stream that's been almost going on for about like 3 hours and like 40 minutes. I covered this video during the first portion of the video. I even, during the points of time when ignorance pulled up, I actually defended the woman. I disagree with, the things that she is sitting up there saying and the way that she's sitting up there saying it, but I get what she's doing because she's a content creator. She got to pull people directly into the live stream. Nobody is going to sit up there and just support somebody where everybody just 1000% agrees. That's not how that works. If that was the way that it works, then people would be supporting positive content. People don't even do that. So, like I said before, I got a certain understanding of this. Now, beyond that, and beyond you sitting up there saying, like, why can't I say anything positive? I did. I defended the woman. I don't know who this woman is, but I defended her when the two ignorant dudes came directly up. That basically proved her point. And I specifically said that if you are not intelligent enough, you're not logical enough as a guy to have these conversations, don't pull up to these streams because you're just going to make it bad for everybody. And you're just going to further prove those points. Right? You later said that I can differentiate between what is wrong about the content and what is positive. You said, and I am asking questions and no offense intended. Nobody's offended. Somebody, I'm looking at the comments. Nobody is offended about the question. For me, I'm just simply stating that when it deals with, because you sit up there saying, like, why can't I just sit up there and say something positive? There's nothing for me to sit up there and say positive. I'm looking at the fact of she wanted to have this engagement with men, but she's only looking for a specific demographic. Again, the ones that disagree. And the moment in time that you had a black male, quote unquote, that came onto the platform to talk, that was looking at it from both sides, and that was agreeing with the host's point, that still wasn't enough. He was still disrespected, right? His opinion was not valued at all. You had one of the moderators basically mocking him. That's not how you have a conversation. That's not how you do this back and forth. And if you're a moderator, you're supposed to be conducting yourselves differently versus the people that are in the comments, that you're not supposed to carry on like this. But the host allowed the moderator to do that. She didn't even check her own moderator, but like, hey, let's not do that. Let's be kind. She didn't even do that. She just basically went over the whole thing and be like, yo, really what the real problem is, what we really need to sit up there and talk about. She had to do that because her moderator, not once but twice, dug a hole for herself that she couldn't sit up there and fix or come directly out of. Because like I said, her tone changed twice, and she was sitting up there taking shots and jabs that didn't make any type of sense to a man that didn't come onto this platform, that wasn't even being disrespectful to women. He never even said anything disrespectful about black women. Third Eye said she's making rage bait content. Yeah. Fisher said wrong. You also said I am asking what is this about. You also said his opinion was not valued and that was rude. You said, can we talk about the topic respectfully? There's nothing to really talk about. It's the obvious thing that people have been talking about since the beginning of time. People are like, hey, men are the problem. Okay. But again, when she, more specifically, why I brought up the content, because you wanted to know what was the topic and why I brought up the content. I brought up the content because I at least watched a specific amount, at least about 30 minutes, to stay there and just, listen, sat directly through it. And I noticed that when she would talk directly to these men, there would be no specific solution. Now, when I've talked about stories of crimes and things of that nature being committed, let's say like acts committed, if men commit acts against women, the main thing that I sit up there and say, I go directly to the source of which this is happening to. And I'm like, hey, women, you should go out there and learn some self defense. You should go out there and get your license to carry. I went to the furthest extent of having live streams, and I went through Amazon and showed items that women can carry in order to protect themselves. Now, this woman here, she wanted to, say that, oh, well, women should not have to sit up there and do that. I agree. But again, like another man said, we cannot sit up there and control all men directly out here. You're going to have men out here that want to do bad things. There's nothing I can do about it. I cannot sit up there and control a whole grouping of other men that want to sit up there and do bad things to other people. There's no talking directly to those people. So what I'm going to sit up there and do as a man with a platform is that I'm going to specifically, hopefully, get a message out to women out there. And it's like, yo, if you face this or going through these problems, go through self-defense training. Go get your license to carry. More so specifically, I've said it to black women. I'm like, yo, instead of you spending money on like hair, on nails, because some people be paying like $100 for nails. People be paying thousands of dollars for hair and so on and so on. Instead of paying all of this stuff for these cosmetics, put some of that money away. Take your girls, if since people like to do girls trips, take a vacation somewhere to another state and go out to a gun range. Go out to some type of like, police or somewhat military training and learn some things, right? So that it can increase your longevity, so that it can, increase you having survivability when it deals with those types of dudes directly out here. Like I said, I'm not Superman. If a woman is sitting up there getting robbed in New York right now, I can't fly nowhere. I can't teleport. I can't sit up there and yell from where it is that I am, but like, yo, you don't sit up there and rob that woman. That don't make no sense. The only thing that I can do from the place that I am at is that try to inform women of the types of guys, try to put the faces directly out there, and try to give women as much information as possible so that they can survive. That's the only thing that I can sit up there and do. Like I said, I don't understand how it is that people bring up these conversations and they just are expecting like men to just be like, all right, so for the good men, we just need you guys to go out there and have conversations. Conversations are not going to be had. This is why when she made the comment earlier where she was like, well, if you're a leader, you don't have to commit crimes. You don't got to take lives. No, it comes to a point in time where that has to happen. And it is necessary in order to send and deliver a message, because some people don't learn through talking. Some people are not teachable. Some people you cannot talk directly to. Like I said, and this is why I sit up there and say when it deals with a lot of women out here, y'all don't understand that. Like maybe y'all can sit up there and talk to like other women out of certain things. That's cool. That's great. But again, y'all women, when it deals with other men out here, that's not something that is going to be, a plausible solution. Sorry. Other things are going to have to sit up there and take place in order to give a message, not only to that man doing wrong to people out here and doing that to women and kids, but also to the other men that may have the same exact mentality as him, to let him know like, yo, it's on site. Like if you decide to do this, this is the situation that you're going to be dealing with. You said that makes no sense if there is nothing to talk about, then you are treating me like she did him. What? You said I am offering to have a respectable discussion. To be said back, and some women do evil things to men, children, and other women. Brother Exile says Seji's been providing solutions for years on this platform. You're new, we get it. It's bars. Official said having a discussion about a controversial topic is not rage baiting. People choose to be angry when it is unnecessary. No, see, this is the thing. If you're having a conversation, then that's different, right? If you basically put out a blatant statement that, like, that's like me sitting up there saying that, if I put out a statement talking about, well, black women are single mothers, Section 8, government recipients that are detrimental to the black community. Now, you see how I specifically worded all of that, and that was to incur rage. That was to have a discussion of which that people are going to be highly emotional, so that I already set the course and I already know what the delivery is going to be from people and how it is that they perceive what it is that I stated and how it is that they're going to react. Right? But if you wanted to have a normal discussion, you would pretty much frame it as, let's say, Um, single women, the causations, and what could be done to prevent and or help. See how that's simple? The energy for it is very light. You're not, in a sense, really putting blame, but you're putting a notice directly out there, right? Like I said, it's two different tones. It's two different tones in the statements or the titles that I basically gave you. One is to automatically farm that engagement to get that directly off of people because you know that people are going to come up there. And the other one is just, all right, we're just going to have this general conversation and see, directly where it goes and what people's opinions, specifically are. Timmy said, what's crazy, Seji, the solutions you tell us women to protect ourselves, we still need men to teach us. So the whole black gender war is stupid. I mean, it'd be like that. It'd be like that sometimes. And that's the main thing I try to bring up to a lot of people. Like at one moment you want to sit up there and complain like the woman in front want to sit up there and say that men are the causation of problem, but men are also the same ones that teach you how to protect yourself, that teach you about firearms, that teach you about self-defense. You don't have other women that naturally just had this information. It was like, yo, I'm about to start up some classes, I'm about to really start teaching women. All of this started because men were sitting up there doing it first. Like, that's crazy. It's just like it's diabolical. Brother Exile says certain types of men are the problem, just like certain types of women are the problem. Yeah, that's facts. That's facts. Yo, we got Drega 001 that said inflammatory statements to prime a certain response. Facts. Thank you. Like I said, this is why I love comments, because you guys can actually word these things a lot better. I used to be at a point in time where I could just word these things quite clearly, but sometimes you need help. This is why I got you guys. So shout out to the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. It's like, like I said before, like I said, a lot of these discussions, like it goes nowhere. Like, I watch this stuff daily, and I'm watching people have these discussions, and I'm like, it's not going anywhere. I'm like, there are really no type of solutions that people are actually giving when it deals with this. The lady here would basically say that, well, men just need to talk to men, and men just need to stop doing it. And I'm like, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. Like, we're at a point in time when it deals with like weather, when we can sit up there and like make it rain. We can make it sunny outside. We can bring up the humidity, because there's a thing called control. Man can control the weather. The thing that men cannot do at this moment in time is control other men and other human beings. There might be subtle type of ways, there might be types of forms of coercion and different things of that nature, but realistically, there's not a pure 100% form to control every single facet of the thought process and people directly out here, unless you deal with things that are chemically induced, or some other type of like psychological warfare that has taken place. But I've also stated that one of the greatest weapons ever created, and that was wielded by man, is fear, still to this day. But even with that, even with fear, you don't even have full control over humans, because some people know how to get over their fears and fight their fears. You know. Official said, I don't degrade anyone. I am offended by your unfounded accusations. But I'm confused. Are you responding to Third, or are you responding to me? I'm just a little I'm just a little bit confused. Because I'm like, I could have sworn I've been very clear, at least during this during this part of the live stream. I'm a little bit confused, just slightly. So I'll give you a second to respond, because I understand and know that the live streams are usually delayed. But yeah, I think I did get that there. My bad if that's a little bit loud. That is the sound of my handy dandy what's the name? Official said, I would like to have a respectable discussion. What part of my request was not clear? Oh, you say you responded to third out. Okay, I got you. Okay. TV said, I just wish that men can be more like Roman Reigns, dear Lord. So black women can be feminine, stay at home, wives baking cakes, cookies. Just joking. Black men don't take it personal. Oh, well, we could. Tippy is always talking about wrestling. Lord have mercy. This woman here. But okay, you're responding to third. Okay, I got you. I got you. But yeah, all I'm saying is this: as a person, that have watched these conversations, like I said, these are conversations that I've been seeing online since before people were really on social media like this. And for me, it's just tiring. I've heard the back and forth that men have to say about women, and I heard all the stuff that women have to say about men. It's the exact same tired arguments. It's the exact same things. Nobody's coming up with solutions. Everybody has a problem, and I'm looking at everybody with the problem as the problem. And I'm talking about for both men and women. I'm talking about for both men and women. Like I said before, I can sit up there and be honest and transparent about wrong choices and everything of the sort. I need a lot of other people, especially y'all who are older than me. Y'all who are older than me. I need y'all to really start waking up. Because, like I said, that's crazy. That literally, it makes no sense. Like, you shouldn't be still going through society and doing this whole back and forth and stuff like that. Like I said, if people want to have conversations, people should have conversations. But it's just not going to work out because somebody has to be the bad guy. Like I said, men can come through and admit faults. But when it deals with the other side, it is not readily there. It's a rare few women that'll pull up to the scene and be like, all right, man, y'all trying to formulate a middle ground. Y'all trying to say that this is where the blame is on you, and this is how it is that you cause these certain things. Okay, cool. As women, this is what we're going to, like I said, it's it doesn't really work out that way. And I'm going by way of social media. I'm going by way of a lot of this dialogue that is taking place and how it is that if men say something, you got a lot of women out there that'll perceive it as an attack. And as they perceive it as an attack, they'll decide to get emotional directly about it. And it's over. Like whatever conversation that was, supposed to happen is pretty much over. It's crazy. Let me see. Official said, why does there have to be a bad guy? There always has to be a bad guy, right? When you think about religion, there's a good guy, there's a bad guy. When you think about the circumstances of the government, there's a good guy, there's a bad guy. When you think about the circumstances of relationships, there's a good guy, there's a bad guy. So I'm not exactly sure what to, I don't know what else to specifically tell you. That's just how it works. And when it deals with relationships, a lot of folks out there, they never want to be deemed as the bad guy. So when you have a lot of relationships, you have a lot of women that are like, yo, the men did me wrong. The man did this, the man did that, the man did this, the man did that, right? So in comparison, if the man did this, he is the bad guy because the woman is a victim. If the woman is the victim, she is the good guy. She didn't do anything wrong, right? Like I said, if you even just look at just normal conversations, you look at government, you look at religion, there always has to be a bad guy. That's the only way that people can ever do a comparison to basically say that they are actually the good one when it deals with anything. D Money said there's a villain in every story. Yeah. Yep, every story, every situation. Essential said, why can't the bad guy be the misunderstanding? That's not possible. You can have guys that will sit up there and say that, yo, maybe I misunderstood your words or this, that, and the word. I apologize. Apology is still not enough. It's a little bit difficult to explain, like if you're not a guy and you haven't specifically been through this, especially when it deals with relationships. And this is why, when I happen to showcase videos here and I allow women who have different opinions about men to basically speak, when I played the videos where you had a woman up here that said that any man that is attracted to a woman that's in shape or that works out is basically gay. If you're a man and you're into feminine women, you are basically gay or down low. Or the other videos that I played from the Red Balloon Pop, where a woman basically wanted to state that she did not want to be interested in a black man that was of the church and he was a part of the choir, doing music, because she read that 20,000 people in Atlanta have STDs, basically trying to say that that black man more than likely has an STD and he would try to give it to her being a black woman. Another black woman that sat up there and said that she's not into the church musicians because they're whores, automatically saying that he don't know how to keep it in his pants being a man. Like I said, crazy stuff. Diabolical stuff. Somebody has to be the bad guy. That's all I'm saying. You said the misunderstandings are the real problem. I mean, I guess I wouldn't say misunderstandings. I would say more so people's emotions. The emotions would be the actual problem. Because if you're void of emotions when you go into a lot of these conversations, the only thing other than emotion that should be there is logic. You should be able to fully hear the person. You should fully be able to see the person because you're not blinded by any type of sorrow, any type of rage, any type of trauma, any of those things, because they have no bearing on the conversation. Matter of fact, they shouldn't even be there. It should only be logic. It should be, some stats, some numbers, or different examples. Emotions should not be in the conversations, but emotions will be in the conversation also, especially when it deals with quote unquote trauma, when it deals with relationships, when it deals with children, when it deals with money, when it deals with marriage, and so on. D Money said, embrace the villainy. Leroy said, men are the problem. Try losing a 10-year relationship over losing my job. Can't find a job. Can't find a good woman. Me and my son is sharing a apartment. I don't need Section 8 or food stamps, out here on my own. Wait, was that like sarcasm in a sense? Because like I said, I get what it is that you're saying. I get it. And also, like I said before, shout out to all the single fathers. Like I know, quite a bit of single fathers directly out here. Single fathers don't actually get recognition. They don't get any type of, praise. They don't really get highlighted at all, which again, to me is weird. Because people only want to make it seem like women are only in the picture and men just do not care, which is a lie. Because you got a lot of dudes out here that do care, and you got a lot of women out here that are bums that like to abandon their responsibilities. They were like, I'm going to give birth, but after that, I'm off. Jesus, take the wheel. I'm not here. But like I said, people don't want to talk about that when they want to, deal with parents' rights or deal with child support or, somebody, having custody and people not being there, right? There's always an excuse. So again, going back to the main thing that we said before, somebody has to be the bad guy. Somebody has to be the bad guy. Brother Exile said a video short I saw of a woman that said that because a man is horny, he is gay. It's diabolical. Timmy said, well, black men said that nurses are all for the streets. Why generalize when a lot of them do their job and go home? No, I get what you're saying, Tippy. And I also heard some things. Not saying all nurses. Not saying all nurses. Again, let me reiterate, not saying all nurses. But I have heard stories from those who are in the nursing field, in the medical field. And that's all I'm going to say. I've also put up videos too, where women are specifically speaking directly on it. So, hey, I don't got nothing to say. I don't got nothing to say. I'll just let people, have directly at, hey, just let people have it. This man Mo said the left hand of the Lord is showing grace. D Money said Tippy. Black woman also said nurses are for the streets. Tippy said men are the problem, but not exactly black men. It's white men. I understand black people talking about accountability, but come on. White men are to blame for everything. Let's be honest. Leroy said, no, just saying it's hard. I try to take care of my daughter. and I pray every day, hoping that things will get better. They will. They will get better. Trust me. I got a boy out here, and he is a single father, and he's been doing it for the longest time possible. And his son is a teenager right now. I think it should be like a preteen, about to go into high school pretty soon if he's not already there. Um, so yeah, it gets better. It gets better. It is very much tough because trust me, I sat up there and my mom, she ain't had no Section 8. She didn't have no, no type of government assistance or, the stuff like women got out here now. She had a support system, which was my family. But other than that, she was working. She was putting herself directly through school, college, and all of those things. And, she ain't get nothing. So trust me, I didn't seen it, firsthand. So I have an understanding on how tough it is for single parents to, do a lot of things. So this is why, especially I speak the way that I do when it deals with men out here being single fathers, because, like I said, there is no type of credit given. There's no type of love that is shown, no type of celebration, nothing like that. Even still within that, people want to still try to critique you and say that you're doing something wrong, or still try to find fault directly in something. And again, men don't have the same assistance that women are able to get. The system ain't trying to help you if you're a single man. They're like, you a single man, get it out the mud. You'll figure it out. If it's a woman, oh my God, I can't believe it. How dare they do that? Let me just throw all this money at you. Matter of fact, let's sit up there and pay 90%, or 98% of your rent. Matter of fact, we got some scholarships for you. Matter of fact, we got some business grants for you. Like it's a lot of stuff directly. There's a lot of money out there. Can't sit up there and say the same thing for, single men. What is it? Essential said, okay, it's your platform. Wait, I'm confused. D-Money said, I got personal stories, Tippy. They will definitely F around at those hospitals. Tippy said, well, are all truck drivers serial rapists and cheaters? I mean, I don't know. I've heard a lot of stories about truck drivers. I've heard, everything from the thing of, people dealing with the walkers, or the lot lizards, as people call it. We got dudes out there that are married that cheat. You got some truck drivers that might be hiding bodies. You got, like I said, you got a variety of stories out there, Tippy. So, hey, it's stuff out there. It is stuff out there. Essential said, why can't we discuss a specific issue instead of saying it's got to have a bad guy that is ridiculously dismissive? I mean, but whenever you look at an issue, somebody is the villain. Somebody, like, if a crime happens to a woman, right? A woman is the good guy, right? The person that committed or created the crime, man, is the villain, is the evil person. I mean, that's the way that it works. I mean, I don't know how else to, sit up there and and tell you, when it deals with certain things, it's not like a middle ground directly in that. I guess you could say with other things, it can be like a gray area, potentially. With certain things, it's like, nah, like that dude committed that crime, is like, yo, you got to be dealt with, or however it is that you want to put it. Leroy said, we need more brothers like you on the front lines representing us black men. Keep doing what you're doing, and God bless. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation, man. Like I said, I try. That's the only thing I can do. I can try, and I can just, walk directly in those actions. As I've told people and I've shown people before, I've gotten fields of negative comments. It's some of the most ridiculous comments that you would ever, just so happen to see. And, irregardless of, those comments directly there, it's like, you got to just keep going. And know the fact that things are going to get better. Even if you can't reach everybody, you can at least reach one person. So again, this is a shout out to Pink, who told me before that she ended up getting her license or whatnot, due to the videos or whatnot that I put directly out there. And that right there, that warmed my heart. Like I was just like, yo, that hit, that really like, man. Because it's crazy to do this for so long, and you think you're just like talking, just like out into the ether, but then you find out that somebody, planet out there basically spotted your message, and they're receiving it. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, I didn't even know that, that was even potentially possible, but things happen. So, I'm just saying, things will get better. Um, what was it? What was it? Official said, why talk about something you know nothing about? I'm a little bit confused. Uh Essential said, I'm a truck driver, class A, coast to coast. I could speak on that with basically being very specific. I get you. Wait, but I didn't say anything incorrect. I was just going by the stories that I have covered and seen throughout the years. I mean, I've also covered stories dealing with truck drivers, dealing with the fact of self-driving trucks and how that was going to impact the trucking industry, and I also showed off the white families that this was going to negatively affect, and how fearful a lot of those folks directly are of autonomous trucks, such as Tesla or whoever's going to develop the technology. Again, we're walking into the field of like quantum tech, along with AI, along with augmented reality. So it's going to be something. So, like I said, I'm not a trucker. You are 100% correct. I am not a trucker, but I just go by what it is that other people who are truckers that have pulled up. King was, I think King is a moderator. King is a trucker. I think we had a few other truckers on the live streams, and they brought up the fact of lot lizards, things of the sort, that happen and that are around. So again, that's not just me. I saw it for Essential. I just want you to know I'm not just talking from whatever. I'm listing things that I've had conversations about. Like I said, I've been doing this for like 6 years. We've had live streams where some of the people that's a part of the channel, they're literally driving the truck as they're talking, and we're watching them go from like town to town and state to state, watching sun up to sundown, stuff like that. He said I wouldn't speak on conjecture. It seems foolish. He said that was a reference to the topic about truck drivers. Pink said, yep, I just renewed my permit this year, and I also found out my son's barber goes to the gun range once a month. That is dope. That is dope. It's crazy how within that you can technically start potentially even a community, because you got so many people within close proximity to even start up like a gun club. So like I said, that's dope. That is pretty dope. That is pretty dope. Brother Exile said these cats on the high school debate team I see. Leroy said, hey, I appreciate you. Just mention me on your show. I watch as much as I can, and with you responding made me strive more on doing what I should have done a long time ago. And take care of me, and thank you. Hey, no problem. Much love and respect to Leroy McGee Jr. Much love, respect, and appreciation for everything that you are doing, both seen and unseen. And also shout out for you for being a single father, staying, productive and, directly in your child's life, and, just doing the thing. Much love, respect, and appreciation, even though I know it's a very thankless job and there's no celebrations, that are given to, single fathers directly out there. I get it. Much love, much love. The Money said it's the long distance truckers. You got to watch out for it, man. Official said, okay, I understand. And official said, do you have any daughters? Wait, are you talking about me? No, I have no daughters. I have no kids at all. Right? Leroy says, serious question. What do you think about the shutdown? Think we as people are going to make it? Yeah, people are going to make it. Everything is going to be, completely fine and dandy. Like I said, before the government was helping people out, people made a way and found a way to survive and live. And that's the way that it's always going to be. Like I said, if worst case situation happens, like a World War III or IV happens, people are going to have to figure out a way to survive. And before we had governments like this, people figured out and understood a way to survive. Some people will make it, other people will not. And from those people that will make it, they're going to give birth to other people that will continuously make it and carry on those genes and that mentality and stuff, so that things will flourish directly in the future. Even though I do feel like this whole government shutdown is a distraction from other stuff, but this man Mo said he has no kids, he's a virgin. This man. Timmy said, LOL, man, all truckers are weird perverts. Yeah, I said it. Messing with the lot lizards. Y'all are crazy. It's just this woman Tippy, diabolical. Diabolical. Official said yes. I'm not sure what that was a response to. And you said, are you married? I'm a little bit confused on where specifically is this going at this moment in time? Where does this have to do with any of the conversations? I'm just a little bit confused. Just slightly confused. Just slightly confused. Because the only person that was talking about marriage is the other guy in the video in one of the other live streams that I captured. So I'm a little bit confused. I'm a little bit confused. So what are the parameters around this question again? Just wondering. Just trying to give official a little bit of time because I understand that it's delayed by probably like half a minute. Do. Okay, official said, I am asking because I'm trying to see what influences your opinion about women. Okay. Okay, I'm glad you asked that. Okay. No, I'm not. My influence about women comes directly from my mother. My mother never shied away from situations, never shied away from conversations. My mother always took acceptance, acknowledgement, and responsibility of the situations or whatever it is that was taking place. My mother never blamed my father. She never badmouthed my father or talked negatively. So a lot of what I happen to state is coming from the viewpoint of watching my mom and how it is that she carries herself as a woman and still continues to carry herself still to this day. And that's why I state that it's weird when I see other women wanting to blame men for a lot of things out here because I didn't grow up with that. I never grew up with my mom blaming men. That just was not, a thing that was taking place happening. So this man Mo said, what is your social security number? Brother Exile said I was about to go for my CDL, but I have a daughter in school and I can't leave her for the road. I got you. Got you. Official said, how old are you? How old do you think I am? Just a question. Do you think I'm in my 50s? Maybe I might be mid 40s. I might be 46 right now, Maybe I might be, close to 52. just wondering. Just wondering. But yeah, but that's pretty much like I said, and I tried to tell this to people before. This is where my perspective comes, directly from, and this is why I have a high respect, for my mom and why I love her so much. Because she was not out here moving like this. She wasn't, she's not out here trying to left and right just blame men for every single thing and all this other. Nah, it was just like, yo, it's either we got it or we don't got it. And if we don't got it, it'll either come, we'll figure out a way, or it's not going to happen. But we're going to survive. Everything's going to work out. D Money said, "What's your blood type?" Official said, "I agree with her." Mr. said, Damage says she kicked every man that says something off of her page. LOL, she needs to be in the hospital. Official said, I guess referring to my mom, he said that she's awesome. She is a real diva. Drake said, my mom took responsibility. I'm grateful for that. Yeah, that's bars. Official said 50. I mean, let me sit up here and say something. If I look the way that I look right now, at the age of 50, I'm fine. I don't have can't nobody tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell I'm completely fine and dandy with that. That's a beautiful thing right there. If I look the way I look right now at 50, I'm great. I'm great. That'd be an awesome blessing right there. That'd be awesome. TC said, I guess TC is responding to Brother Exile where he said that you can truck drive, I guess, locally. And then Brother Exile responded, said, not enough pay, local driving, better off in the industrial sector. I see. I see. Official said we can't see you. I mean, a lot of my moderators have seen me before, and I've done live streams where I've had my camera directly on. I just haven't had it on in a while. It'd be like that though. But the funny enough though, if you look at the actual image of the channel, the little picture image that is there that represents my channel, I'm there. Like my face is right there. I got 3 images of my face. And I took that years ago. I didn't actually think that I was going to use that for anything, but I just took it just because I like the gloves that I had, my work gloves, and I just like the picture. Let me see. DXL said none of it. Right. So we can't see. Pink says, Seji, did you see the Michael Jackson biopic trailer? Yeah, I saw that. I did see it. Look all right. Look all right. We'll see where it goes. I swear they do this like every 15 to 20 years that they'll decide like, okay, we're going to do a Michael Jackson biopic to cash in on some money. I'm like, man, y'all just can't let this dude rest. I'm like, that's some diabolical work. TC said 30 hours. Oh, I guess responding to Exile. Leroy said, I think that wait. I think that world ID. I think that the world divided to where it's pitting. Okay, the world is divided, pitting men against women, but now they want everything is transactional. I guess that's why I stay home. I agree. Social media plays a big part in society. Okay, I got you. I got you. D Bunny said, I've never seen you, Seji. That's diabolical work. Official said, okay. Official said, you sound handsome. Much appreciation. Much appreciation. TC said, $30 an hour. Mo said he looks like a guy from Nebraska in Belly who was eating this man. Y'all always going back to that movie. That's some cold work right there. That is some diabolical some diabolical work. But yeah. Pretty much that's it. I wasn't even trying to keep y'all here for like 4 hours. I was technically trying to keep this a low hour stream, I guess you could sit up there and say, because I knew that the videos are going to be longer in duration. So I will probably, do a cut of one of the videos there and have that posted directly up at some point, probably, be up there for you guys tomorrow. But I want to say, shouldn't I have a video uploaded for you guys right now? Let me see something. I gotta go back. I probably actually got to upload it because I think I downloaded it and I have to upload it for you guys. Let me make sure. Yeah. So I actually got to upload it for you guys because the last video I had up for you guys was about 15 hours ago. So yeah, we try not to do that. I try to at least have things within like every 8 hours, things of that nature. So we're gonna have that running directly for you guys. So that's probably going to be up in about a good 30. So somewhere at like 4 o'clock, you'll see a video. 4 o'clock sometime, a video will pop up for you guys. TC said working now. D Money said OE is pitching Wall Street. Only because I love the movie Life. I know exactly what it is that he's talking about. Brother Exile said you on the Arc Raiders? No, I don't got it yet. I'll probably get it probably like later on this month. I'll probably get Arc Raiders. I was supposed to be on there first thing, but I've been playing Battlefield. I've been pretty much no life in Battlefield and a few other games on stream. Ty said, nah, he got that Vegeta cut with glasses. That's crazy. I'm the prince of all hairlines. That's the main joke I sit up there and have like one of my friends on Xbox because we always be going back and forth. Official said, you are welcome to my live chat. I welcome all who are interested in real talk discussion about money and relationships with financial institutions. All right. Cool. I would normally sit up there and tell people like, ahead of time, let me know if you're trying to, pitch your channel directly, in there. Because that's something that I normally don't do at all, and I try to normally tell people like, hey, don't go into other people's live streams and and do that. And like I said, I get the love and why it is that people do it, but I try to tell people not to do it because I view that as being rude directly to the host or the person that has the channel to put your stuff directly out there without at least asking. um you said I'm not pitching my channel. I mean, you fooled me. You fooled me right there because you said you are welcome to my live chat, and I welcome all who are interested in real talk discussions about money, relations. If that is not a channel pitch, then I'm not a content creator. I don't know. Like I said, you got me. I don't know. I swear to goodness. Mo said this is the OG channel. Y'all don't forget to sub to the other channel at SEIJIHITO, the second coming. That is bars. So let me just put that up there. For the main ninja in the background, Mo Rilla, that is putting all of the information directly out there. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Let me see. Damage said women are dangerous to all men, and they are telling you out of their own mouths. Official said, I'm not pitching my channel. I'm asking you to participate. I'm confused. Wait a minute. Hold on. Ty said I already got rid of it. Man, yo, Ty, you gotta sit up there and like let people have conversations, man. Like the conversation wasn't even disrespectful. I was responding, having conversation. This is the chill part of like the live. Man, let me tell you. Lord have mercy. D Money says sounds like a challenge to me. Uh Mo said, official, is that you with the white hair? Well, Mo, we will never know because Ty decided to ban people. So I don't even know what official even looks like. So I'm not even, I think I would have to, let me see. I would have to try to go through the live stream. Let me see this real quick and figure out which live stream, as a matter of fact, um, if it'll properly populate here. You said I would like to discuss this matter. I thought you were talking on the topic, and I have respectfully contributed to your life. Okay, I got you. Okay, well, Ty got me because that just threw me off. I'm like, y'all throwing me off with some of these comments here. Like, I don't know what's going on right now. Let me see. Got my Jujutsu Kaisen going off. Uh, do, 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 do. Oh yeah, well, for um, yeah, for OE, yeah, you got to do that. When it deals with trying to stream on YouTube and stuff, yeah, you gotta do the verification. That's been a thing for quite some time in order to get through the last part, so you can have longer videos and stuff. Like I said, I'm looking directly at the channel. You know, so yeah. So make sure to, well, I'm not sure how old that video is because I didn't directly check it. But yeah, make sure you do all the verifications and stuff that you need so that you can do live streams, you can do longer form content, and you can also do live streams or longer live streams as well. It's a little bit of a headache to go through if your information doesn't specifically go through, but yeah, do that. Do that. Do that. Oh, you said the comment you got rid of. Okay, I got you. See, I should ban them now. uh, Official said I'm a very well respected person. Oh, that's dope. That is that's pretty fly. That's pretty awesome. I thought I actually because I know it's gonna do the what's the name when it opens the. I gotta really turn down the what's the name. But yeah. What I would sit up there and tell you to do is to keep working directly on content. Keep working directly on the content. Keep working. Keep working. I would also sit up there and tell you that if it is possible, potentially try doing live streams. So so like I've normally done before, I try to sit up there and give people like information. When it deals with certain things, directly out there. Um, so yeah, like I said, find some topics, find some things that will electrify the people directly out there and draw them, directly in, and figure out where it fits, or figure out the content that specifically fits you and or the channel that you are doing. D Money said, name the time and the place, and we will make sure Seji shows up. OE. Ty said, out here tarnishing my name. Okay, so let me just get this out. I want to give an apology to Ty. I was incorrect because I thought Ty banned OE. I was incorrect. He didn't. He only got rid of the comment directly up there that I read directly off. So my apologies to everybody directly to like I said, I can admit faults. I can admit when I'm wrong. Like I said, I have no problem, with sitting up there doing it. It happens. Like I said, I'm used to y'all sitting up there firing off the chamber, but like, oh, this person is out of this person. Hey, I'm used to it. Hey, it happens. Yo, shout out to Draga 001 with the It's Me Again for the $2 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm not sure who Katie Johnson is. Fisher said, if my offer is considered to be offensive, I retract my offer. Said goodbye and good day. And D Money says, Seji can't be questioning the hands of the Lord. This man, right? That's some diabolical work. That is diabolical work. Like I said, I'm not sure if she's still here or not, but hopefully she, listened to some of my information there. And I'll also sit up there and tell her that, go directly to TikTok. The same thing I've, tried to, put directly out there to people before, when it deals with, certain things and whatnot or whatever. Bridget Barber said, what are men supposed to be the problem of? Because just like most good men have a good woman behind them, most are also not messing up with the woman in their ear, also doing bad, not at all, but most. Official said, my business is Official Essentials. Okay, gotcha. But yes, guys, that is pretty much it as we normally do with these live streams. I want to say much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to any and everybody directly out there who has been a part of the conversation, a part of the live stream, who has also donated, anybody that's part of the Patreon, anybody who's donated through Cash App, anybody who just became a member. Shout out to Brother Exile. And also shout out to anybody who has just subscribed directly to the stream. I want to say we do at this moment in time live streams fairly often. I'm more so focused directly on content, so you can happen to see that directly on SEIJIHITO, the Second Coming, and pretty much the first channel, which is SEIJIHITO. That's pretty much just live stream content at this moment in time, so you can peruse through that, listen to that, and gather your opinions and make your opinions be known directly in the comment sections underneath those live streams on either one of the channels. So again, much love, respect to everybody directly out here. Love you guys. Thank you guys for being here and for giving me a listening ear to talk directly to. Mo said to collaborate with. Until next time, mad respect. Make sure you sub at Official. Official said, my business is Official Essentials, and we don't do business with Instagram or TikTok. I mean, well, I guess you could probably do Facebook. I guess. I'm not really sure how that's going to go with viewers. Potentially, that takes a lot more work and like effort directly in there. But yeah, I don't know. But we'll see, specifically what will happen. But yeah, thank you guys for being here, and I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.